this feels good after a break. One of these months, I swear, one of these months we will get through the full month without something happening and then me having to take a break for some reason. Ugh. Okay, let me hop on over here. Alright, yeah, that's much better, isn't it? Okay, well, I'm probably just gonna sit here for a bit because honestly, it's been like, it's been a week, a little more than a week. And also, I changed the way I started doing, like, my streams. Not the actual streams, but the way I schedule them. What I do sometimes is I'll be like, not sometimes, what I've been doing up until this point is I'll, like, post, like, the thumbnail on Twitter and say, hey, watch this at this time. And then I'd reply to it when I was going live and be like, hey, I'm live now. But that was, like, kind of clogging things up, so I stopped doing that. Ugh. I'll do something else. I will do something else. I'll figure something out. Actually, hold on, you know what? Let me go to Twitter over here right now. Let's see. Okay. Let me go to Twitter. And then we go here. Yes. Alright. Now I have something. No. Ooh, yeah. Oh, these are all transparent! No! Okay, well, that's not gonna work. Yeah, it's kinda, like, now that I think about it, I kinda wish I would have scheduled anything else for this day, because, it's been a week, and I, like, also, week of break, straight into, I changed the way I schedule my streams is, like, kinda rough, I'm not gonna lie, because, I don't know, because I think everyone is, like, probably used to me being, like, what's the word? I think they're used to, like, what I usually do, where I'll, post it on Twitter and then be like, hey, this is when it is, and then, going live. But that was, like, that was clogging everything up, Oh well. Not really much I can do about that right now. Looking for... Man, that's what I forgot to do! I was gonna get some screenshots of some stuff, and then I forgot to do that, so... Oh well. I'll have to think through that one later. But, for now, I'm probably just gonna sit here and talk for a bit. Just cause, not really, much of a point in... Hold on. Yeah, cause there's not really much of a point in screenshotting stuff now, but... At some point I will. At some point I will. Also, I have to, maybe wait for, like, here we go. At least for, a little bit, because like I said, I didn't do the thing I normally do where I'm like, okay, going live. But we'll see, we'll see. Maybe that can work. I might actually just hop into the game right now, just so I can... Hold on. No! There we go. That way, I already have it started up, and I don't have to worry about that. Ow! I just blinded myself. I'll have to go check and make sure the audio is still working, but... But man, I did not want to take a break. I had to, though, because my voice was gone. Like, I would have still been happy streaming even if I had a sore throat. I just would have had to do, like, shorter streams with less talking, but... I would have still streamed. The issue was that I just, like, actually straight up lost my voice. Okay. And then, the hill was silent, but you didn't want to be. I didn't. I did not want to be silent. Okay, and the game audio is good. There we go. Alright, we're so good. Let's move over here. Yeah, I would have been perfectly fine streaming while sick. I just, couldn't because, the hills were silent and so was I. But, yeah, week break into changing the way I, do my streams is a little rough. Like, not the way I do the streams themselves, but just the way I schedule them, because I'm not doing the, like I said, I'm not doing the, thing anymore where I post the thumbnail and then say, okay, I'm going live at this time. Oh, I forgot you're here. Alright, well that was... Well, that was immediate. Okay. But it should be fine. Oh, and one thing I still haven't figured out, I might give like a... Let me go give like a little sweep around this place. I'm probably not gonna look at everything because I don't want to, but I will look around and see if there's anything, like if there's any new notes and stuff, because sometimes, occasionally, there are new things. And I think it's like right here, yeah? Yeah. Oh, there's no new notes, but there's items. Well, as far as I can tell, there's no new notes. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm just not observant. I'm gonna be real, I don't think there is. I don't really need anything from this area right now. Okay, well, we'll just go save. I started watching Adventure Time again. I don't know what it is, like, I think it was around this time last year when I first got into Silent Hill. I also, got back into, Adventure Time, which is really funny. I just chose to get back into it at, like, almost the exact same time as I did last year. What do we... Yeah... we don't need you. But, and I gotta tell you, it's not for the weak. It's just having to, like, the two main things you're into at any given time be Adventure Time and Silent Hill. It's a little... there's a certain level of fortitude that you need for that. Okay, well... yeah. And then... what else have I been doing? I'm gonna be real, that's kind of all I've been doing. I like, ended up a little sick, and then I started watching Adventure Time. Again. I started watching Adventure Time again. Adventure Hill sure is a place to exist. Yeah. I think it's a pretty good, like, visual of the inside of my mind at all times. Just some combination of Adventure Time and Silent Hill. It's if Adventure Time was Silent Hill. And then, I don't know, there's some clowns there too. Well, I mean, obviously, there's clowns there. Of course there would be. I started playing Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story again. I don't think I ever finished it. I think I got to, like, the actual final boss, and then I just stopped playing a while ago, like a long time ago. So I'm like starting it again. But that was just something I was kind of doing passively. I wouldn't say I'm like into it the same way I am with Silent Hill or Adventure Time, but it is something I am having fun with. And when did I cut myself? I have a tiny cut on my finger. It always happens! Like when I'm handling, when I'm, like, handling foil or something, I'll end up getting, like, a cut without even knowing it until later. It's, like, tiny, too. Like, really tiny. Oh yeah, we gotta fight Ringo. Oh, and hold on, I'll talk about it while I'm fighting Rinko. Because otherwise I'll like start talking about it, then I'll start paying attention to the cutscene, and then I'll stop talking about it and then forget. Alright, we don't have to worry about that. Because we are invincible while doing this, I think. Most likely. But, what was I saying? Oh, it was about Adventure Time, yeah. Oh man. What was it? It was something, I don't need to do that. When I watched Adventure Time, I also watched Fiona and Kate for the first time, and, it was pretty good. I didn't watch it when it first came out, because, I don't know, I just wasn't that interested, even though I liked Adventure Time, but, I watched it for the first time, and it was pretty good. I still definitely prefer... actual, like, OG Adventure Time, I think, maybe. But I don't know, I had a really good time. Eh. Eh. Also, like, I think, this might not be, like, that popular of an opinion. I actually liked Season 2. I know a lot of people, like, really didn't, but I actually really did. I didn't like it as much as the first season, mind, but, like, it was still pretty good. I just think that, yeah, it maybe wasn't as good as, the first season, but, like, maybe. I don't know, because I still had a good time with it. I don't know, maybe it's because, back when I, like, I never, like, cared about the Fiona and Cake episodes, like, whenever I was watching OG Adventure Time, like, I always usually skip them. Well, not skip them, because I watched all of them, but, when I was rewatching, I would, either skip them, or just, like, get up and do something else and use that for background noise. But, yeah, I just didn't lock in as hard as I did, when watching, as I did for, like, the actual episodes. I think I might have liked them when I was, a bit younger, because it was kind of a nice novelty, I think. Like, it was like, oh, hey, cool, it's all of the characters I like, but gender bent, and, like, of course I liked that. It was, like, kind of cool. But then after a while, I think I just got to a point, as, like, a bit older, where I didn't really care, because it's, like, the whole point of those episodes was that they weren't real. Like, it was usually either Ice King or someone else imagining it, or telling a story or something, and I was like, I don't know. I still need to watch Fiona and Cake Season 2 TBH. Fair, I won't spoil it. My controller! I set it down. Ashley Birch's Huntress Wizard was really good, though. It was hard not to hear, Chloe from Life is Strange sometimes, like OG Chloe. Because Ashley Birch, and because there were some points where certain motifs, slash, plot devices, I want to say, were used that reminded me of Life is Strange, and I was like, okay, yeah. Archer is back, she's healed. Yes, I am! It was apparently, I think it was just a cold, because I was only sick for like a few days. Like, it was like 2 or 3 days of like sore throat, and then like after that it was fine. Ugh. Hold on. It wasn't even that bad, it was just, the reason I thought it was the flu was because, like, it was worse than what it normally is when I get a cold. But now that I think about it, it probably was a cold, because again, it didn't last that long. And also because it's been a few years since I've been sick at all. Like, my body isn't used to being, like, sick anymore, I guess, so I guess it was just kind of a bit worse than a cold normally would be, but it really wasn't that bad, all things considered. But, Yeah, that's why I watched Adventure Time a lot. I just go sit down on my nice comfy couch and relax and watch Adventure Time. And I don't drink a lot of water to stay hydrated. I was apparently really dehydrated cuz like I don't know if I should be I don't know if I should be saying this. Like the top and back part of my tongue was kind of yellow. So I was like, wait, is that like jaundice? But then it was just because I was like crazy dehydrated apparently. But that's fixed now. I think maybe the coffee didn't help because caffeine dehydrates you. I'm drinking some right now, but I've been better about drinking more water. Yeah, so let that be a lesson. You should always hydrate. Oh my god, Din Din! I want Din Din.
Hinako, もう十分。殺すか殺されるか決めた？姉ちゃん。
Oy.
殺されなさい、Hinako.
Time for hydration checks during stream. Yeah, oh, that's what I was, okay. I still need to get affiliate status and then I can add that to like, I can do that, the hydration. I mean, I'm probably just gonna hydrate anyways, but like, yeah, that would probably help if like, stream hydration checks.
今日それを口にすることがどれだけ恐ろしいか分かってる。もちろん。今日までに何度も言ったかもしれないけれど、もう一度だけ言うわね。生はあなたが選びなさい。だけど今日、その選択には特別な代償が伴う。それもあなたが生き延びた時にだけ。あなたがおとなしく殺されるなら、何の代償もない。
So it's not almost about to fall off. That would be very good.
幸せになってほしいよ。
Oh, but yeah, it was,
お姉ちゃん。
definitely always more into the actual Adventure Time episodes than, like, it just springboarded right back into, like, something I was talking about earlier. To be fair, though, there wasn't really a good segue back to Adventure Time for me talking about being super dehydrated, so... But, yeah, my Cromer... We'll use the crowbar. But I never,
時間がない。二人とも待ってて。すぐ行く。
I don't really need to... Hold on, I'm gonna go save first. There should be a Hokuba over here. Right? Where am I? Wasn't there one? Oh, it's up here. What? Oh, I'm just crazy. That's okay. That'll happen sometimes. I could have sworn... Oh, there it is. That's why. I got it, like, a little to the left. Okay, we don't need the bat. But yeah, I think that's why I wasn't that interested when the Fiona and Cake series first came out. I was like, I don't really care that much. It's Fiona and Cake. It's whatever. I liked it. Like I said, I liked it when I watched it. And then that's why season 2, I think I liked it. I actually liked it. Because I know a lot of people don't like season 2. And I understand why. It is very different. It focuses more on, the characters. It's more of a character-driven story than, season 1. And it focuses more on, like, interpersonal drama, which a lot of people aren't gonna like. And to be fair, the drama that it was, like, the relationships and characters that it was focusing on, I wasn't too invested in. I think it's, like, the reason it was okay for me was that I actually really liked, Fiona as a character in both seasons. But outside of that, I didn't really have much of a stake in any of the character stuff that was happening. And I think in both cases, in season 1 and 2, the most fun I really had, weirdly enough, was, like, when it cut back to characters that were from the OG series. So, like, anytime Simon was there, and then, like, anytime it would cut back to, like, Marcy and Bonnie, or, like, any other character, like, Prismo sometimes, I'd be like, oh, I know that person, that is a person from the series. I understand that, like, technically that does extend to the Fiona and Kate cast, too. It's just, to me, I have them cordoned off in a different section of, what I consider Adventure Time. Clinical trial. The other version of myself and I have talked for many nights now. Through these fervent discussions, I have come to the conclusion that Hinako needs to speak to her inner self just as I have. It's clear she's not currently in her right mind. Why else would she even consider accepting that farce of a marriage that has been pushed upon her otherwise? There's no point in trying to force Hinako's opinion to change. She must make this realization for herself for it to stick. If she could just talk to her other self within her dreams, I'm positive she could be led back to, rationality. And then she would realize just who truly has her best interests in mind. What a weird thing to say about her. Someone having her best interests in mind. Have we ever stopped to consider... Has anyone in this situation at all stopped to consider what she wants and needs? That includes her, by the way. I don't think she stopped to really think about that either. It's like a whole thing. Wait. Okay. But yeah, Adventure Time, being into Adventure Time and Silent Hill at the same time is something else. Like I said, it was like this last year because that was when I first... Wait. Why are the red swirls there? I didn't do the puzzle this time to do the... Do I not have to do that anymore? Hold on, I'm gonna go check. I'm not gonna purify the sword because I want, I'm trying to get a different ending, not the true ending, but I could technically get the true ending right now. But, I want to go check because I think maybe if that is what I think it is, then I don't have to do that little puzzle where the bamboo thing hits the rock 3 times and I have to... Okay, we're gonna use the sword. Stop! Stop! There we go. God, I love the katana! Hello. Hi, ruled. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. I'm just bumbling around right now and talking about Adventure Time. Well, not bumbling around. I know exactly where I'm going. I'm just, Oh, shit. Okay. Bye, pipe. Okay. But, just talking about Adventure Time and Silent Hill and how being into both of them at the same time is it's definitely a certain, state of mind. Like, I don't know, it's a very contemplative place to be, for sure. Are you gonna purify the sword? Not this playthrough. We're going for, the... What's it called? I think the fox wets its tail. We're going for that one. And then next playthrough, we will be purifying the sword, because that is needed for the true ending. But I do want to go up there and see if it's... Because I didn't do the puzzle this time, where you have to, run up and ring the bells in a certain order when the bamboo thing strikes the rock. So I want to see if it's actually... if the red water is there. Because if it is, then that means I don't have to actually do that puzzle, anymore. And that's actually kind of helpful, because that means I don't need to do that entire section, pretty much. We don't need that. We don't need that. But yeah, I adore Silent Hill. I'm excited for Townfall when it comes out, and I'm excited for the remake of 1. And I'm just happy about this series. And then maybe, like, since we were talking about my joint appreciation of Silent Hill and Adventure Time, then, I mean, we might be getting Season 3. At the very least, they were setting up for a potential Season 3. But apparently, like, the companies, like, a bunch of the companies involved in it merged, and then, so we might not get it, but, you know. It was like, what was it? It was, they had, what happened? I was trying to, yeah, they had Hunson Abadir show up, and, at the end of it, so that's gonna be cool. Are you going for max trophies? Maybe one day, because I would have to do, Lost in the Fog difficulty. Which, you know what? Maybe I'll do that for the true ending. I'm not sure. I'll have to look, but as of right now, I'm not going for all the trophies. Okay, so the water is red, so I don't have to do that puzzle anymore, like, next time when I go to do the true ending. I would like to eventually get all the trophies, but for this playthrough, I'm just streaming getting all of the endings. That's just back this way. I could probably do Lost in the Fog difficulty. It's not that difficult. I just find it kind of annoying. Yep. There we go. Whee. It's easier, though, on, like, New Game Plus runs, because you have, like, the, beam saber, or the... whatever it's called in this game, because I think it's called the beam saber in, Silent Hill 3, not, this one. I think it's called something else in this one. There's PP something. The lightsaber, whatever. Just call it the lightsaber. It's the lightsaber. There we go. You should pull Omamori's. I'm going to. I need 2 more Ama, and I can get the last 2 slots. But yeah, I've been fiending to pull on the gacha. Next time we get to Hokora, I probably will. There's something very nice about being able to min-max in a Silent Hill game. Not, what's it called? What was it? Book of Memories? Or Book of Lost Memories. The one that was like, I don't think it was a roguelike. I don't remember what it was. It was weird. That's what it was. It was that one. You can technically min-max on that one, but that's not what I mean. Like an actual Silent Hill game. They should add... Never mind. I was gonna say they should add deck builder elements in the next Silent Hill game, and I'm not making jokes anymore, man. I quit. No more clown. I have to change my outfit. Oh. Hold on, I'll help. There we go. Alright, put him out of his misery. There. We have to put him down. Alright. PP something, yep. I'll check in a second.
ありがとう。
大丈夫か？子供を噛むなんて許せねえ。ただ殺してやる。
Oh, if you say so.
もう街に迷い込んじゃダメだよ。
Beat that thing to death.
僕は固定機って言います。君は？
私はひなこ。清水ひなこ。
Okay.
そんなこともあったな。どうして今
Higashi.
出すんだろうな。
Let me look. PP 8001. I did love the UFO ending. It was very fun. As it always is. I don't have room in my inventory, so I don't know why I'm going around. And then I think Ayakakashi spawns. Oh, but I hear a radio, so that was... Ooh, and a toolkit. Okay, so there was a point to coming over here. My instincts are never wrong. Sometimes I interpret them incorrectly, but they're never wrong. Aww. A deck builder Silent Hill makes more sense than the pachinko games that were greenlit post Silent Hill cancellation. This kid is Kotoyuki. Yes, I know. Oh, there's gonna be two. Hold on. I can handle that. We're used to it. But, yeah, I don't know. That Konami was on something else back then, bro. That was horrendous. Like, I still struggle to understand why that was done in the first place, but okay, let's go. Because I know there's that thing behind me, but they don't really... I forget what they're called. They're the big, like, things with lots of faces, but they don't really move around that much, so they just kind of stumble like that. But yeah, I'm just glad they moved out of that era of Silent Hill, and we're actually getting games again. Good games. Wow, okay. We have a lot of divine water. I don't need that. It's because I use a lot of it. I end up using a lot of sanity. Wait, yeah, get it. Okay. Oh, it's this thing. Yeah, we don't need... Ooh, first aid. I don't care if Townfall will be good. The fact that we were denied a game featuring the GOAT of Metal Gear and the director of Pan's Labyrinth. I'm excited for Townfall. I am, like, I don't think there is anyone who, to this day... I don't know if there's anyone who isn't disappointed about what happened to PT. I personally just had to, like, accept it and move on because, like, it really sucks. Like, that game would have been, like, honestly, like, I don't even know. That would have been the renaissance of the entire, like, horror genre for games because, just because of, like, what was going into it. It was, like, you had Hideo Kojima on it, you had Guillermo del Toro, you had Junji Ito doing the monster designs. That shit was gonna be something special. And to this day, like I said, I think literally everyone is, like, really sad about it, about what happened. But I honestly just, like... I honestly just kind of, got to the point where I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna, like, I'm just gonna kind of, not ignore it, but, like, oh man, what? I dodged. No! Okay, I don't know how that didn't grab me, that should have. I kind of deserved it, I was getting too greedy. But, come on, I just want to kill this. I just want to kill it as fast as I can. I'm getting, like, really sloppy, but... there we go. Okay. Now I can focus. I just wanted that thing dead. Okay. Yeah. But, which crowbar was I using? This one. Because, honestly, as cool as PT was, like, what we got from it, and as much as, like, horror as a genre, like, changed just from that alone, like, let alone if it were to get an actual game, like, just the, like, little tiny playable teaser that we got was enough for, like, all indie horrors, and, like, honestly, a lot of, corporate, like, developers to just say, hey, let's all do this. Oh! Wait, I don't think I need to offer... Wait, I think this is where you offer the brooch. I don't need to do that. We're not getting the true ending. But, oh, I forgot to- that's what I forgot to do! I forgot to pull on the Omamori Gacha. I'll do that when we get to this other one over here. But, like, just the little bit we got from PT was enough for everyone to be like, let's all do that, bro! Let's all make looping hallways and shit. 'Cause it was good, it was really effective. But, yeah, it's just, I kind of got to a point where I was like, you know what, like, I know PT was good, I know a lot of people still like to consider it a Silent Hill game when they talk about the Silent Hill games, but I just can't because it was good, it was very good, but at the end of the day, it was just kind of like a small little tech demo with an ARG attached to it, and I just don't really... I can't, in good conscience, judge it for what it could have been. Like, as sad as it is, because yeah, it would have been something special, I can't really just say, okay, well, this is like the best Silent Hill game, because it's not a game. It's like... It is, at best, it is at best a demo, and then it would rather consider it, like, proof of concept. Because I don't really think that what was happening in the actual game was what they were gonna be going for. Plum. My heart would jump if Kojima separately got the horror greats together for a game. He got Norman Reedus back because Norman Reedus was gonna play the character for Silent Hills, so he at least got Norman Reedus back for what Death Stranding. Mantis slightly restores health after each successful counter. That's pretty good. Sakura enhances the effects of health restoring items in Omomoris. Owl greatly decreases sanity consumption while using— oh my god, wait. That's actually perfect for me. I'm a focus merchant. Let's see. Bamboo increases max sanity. And then we'll do one more. Bear greatly increases stun power when weapon durability is low. Okay. And then I'll do more later. I'm just gonna... save up until I have 4,000, so that way when I get the next thingy, I have enough for it. But let me look. Oh, wait, yeah, I have this now. But I don't remember who all was working on OD Knock, but it looks like he was channeling, whatever he did with, whatever he was channeling with PT, he's using for OD Knock. Okay. Also, the designs of these are really pretty. I like them. What was I talking? Oh yeah, Kojima. Ah. But yeah, I'm glad that we're getting good Silent Hill games again. Like, yes, Silent Hill's PT is sad. It always will be. But honestly, I'm like willing to just I'm kind of willing to just keep my eyes on what's ahead of me as opposed to what's behind me. Like, sometimes that's not the case, but in this case, it's like, PT was really good, and like I said, what the idea of it, what it was going to end up being, is like, we can speculate on it all day, and it was, regardless of what happened, it was gonna be something special, but, like I said, I can't really... That's like if you held a funeral for someone who was never, like, who didn't exist. Like, it's just like, I mean, yeah, I guess it's sad in your head, like, the idea of that thing is dead, like, which is kind of hard to deal with in its own way, like, the idea of something being dead. But it's not like, thinking about Owl, maybe. But it's not like, we have, like, it existed as a game. Like, there's plenty of games that did exist, but, like, fully, but they're kind of hard/impossible to play now. Like, Rule of Rose, you have to do some shit. Kuon, you have to do some shit. Like, I kind of wanted to play both of those, but I have to do there's some hoops I gotta jump through to be able to play both of them. But, yeah. Thinking about Owl. Oh, yeah, this is what I wanted. That's true. Okay. I forgot I had Rabbit already. Alright, we're good. I'm also excited that they're just doing different stuff with the series. Like, I know a lot of people, it's hit or miss. Like, they might not really, like the different places the series is going, but I personally really like that they're all, like... Oh, shit. Well, I almost got it, but I kind of committed to it after... Stop! Hold on, I gotta... There we go, okay. Just gotta kind of deal with the... It's funny looking at Death Stranding and Norman Reedus. Meanwhile, I have and will play the first game he is featured in, The Walking Dead Survival Instinct for the Xbox 360. Yeah, he's, I think he's pretty, like, it's pretty cool that he ended up, working with Kojima again. Stop. Yeah. Okay. But I think it was actually, like, from what I know, from what I remember hearing about, PT, everyone involved with the project really did love it and, enjoyed each other quite a bit. Like, Kojima and, Del Toro were, apparently they were pretty cool with each other, and then obviously Kojima and Norman Reedus, ended up hitting it off. Which, again, that's pretty cool. I like that, weirdly enough, a lot of the teams that end up doing the best with Silent Hill all end up being teams that are, like, everyone is really passionate about the project, which, is kind of like with F, like, it's been really cool seeing the different actors play, playing the game. And then in the case of, I forgot their names, the actors that played Kanta and Kimie, they became ambassadors for tourism in, Kanayama Gedo, which is the real-world town that inspired Ebisugaoka, which, that's really cool. Like, it's just really cool that everyone was really, they really loved the game. Like, you don't always see that. You don't always see people, like, a group of people who love what they're working on. Like, that's certainly not where the series was at a few years ago. Like, I feel like most of the people who ended up with the project, like, I'm not saying that they hated it or anything. I'm not even saying they didn't care about it. I just feel like there was maybe a level of passion that just wasn't there. Because, again, Konami was just kind of handing the series off to whoever. At the very least, now, like, they are giving it to different, studios, but at the very least, it's people who seem to already be somewhat established. Even if they don't have the best reputation, they're at least established, because the developer teams that they were handing it off to, like, a few years ago, like, for things like Homecoming and stuff, were teams that really didn't have any games, like, at all. Wh-
もしもし。
清水さんのお宅でお間違いないでしょうか。岡本水産でございます。毎度ごひいきに預かり誠にありがとうございます。
もしもし。
We. But, like, Bloober Team, I know they don't have, like, the best reputation, but at the very least, they had, like, a somewhat notable catalog of games that they made. So, there was a bit of a, like, at least some trackable sort of, not resume, portfolio there. And then, what they're doing now, like, I think, Annapurna did Firewatch?
本当に私の家なの?
And Annapurna, I think, was the publisher, that's gonna be, working on Silent Hill Townfall. Again, that's just the publisher, but they did work on Firewatch, which is good, but Firewatch is good. And then Screenburn. I don't remember off the top of my head what Screenburn worked on, but They had a few games, I remember that they were talking about, like, oh, we developed this one, and we developed this one. And then I was like, okay, I got you. Okay, let me go. Boar greatly increases stamina recovery speed and greatly shortens out of breath duration. Oh, that's pretty good. There's a lot of chase sequences where I think that would be very nice. But honestly, I think, I'm still gonna go into, like, all of them with, like, as open of a mind as I can manage. But really, I don't think, anything is gonna top, like, 2 or F for me, because those are just, like, the games that stuck with me the most. Like, I think everyone has, like, the game that, really spoke to them the most, and for me, that's, 2 and F. Give me just a second. There we go. Okay. Survival Instinct wasn't terrible, but compared to Telltale to The Walking Dead Season 1. Yeah, I'm like hit or miss with like the cinematic choice-based games like the Telltale games. The only two games of that nature that I have played and somewhat enjoyed were Life is Strange and Detroit Become Human. And mind you, Sakuko, mind you, they both have their issues. Like, Detroit Become Human, I personally consider a dumb fun kind of game. Like, the story is fine if you, if you aren't too, like, if you turn off your brain a little bit, like, I know that's kind of weird to say, like, oh, well, it's good if you ignore it. That's not what I'm saying. It's just one of those things where you kind of just have to, like, intentionally, because there are some issues with the storytelling. There's a lot of issues with the storytelling, but, there's some good parts, too. I don't really play it anymore. Like, back when I first played it, I think maybe I was a bit, less critical of things that, like, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, it's not a bad thing to be critical, but I just, like, anytime I liked something, it was kind of a black and white, like, oh, I like it, so that means there's something good about it. But, like, that's, like, a weird way of looking at it. It's, like, yeah, but, I mean, you can still talk about some of the issues it has. That just shows that you actually, like, really, take the time to properly analyze it. Oh man, will we get a horror stream of 3D Monster Maze 1981? Probably not. Like, maybe. It's not impossible, but, like, yeah, that's certainly a game I could play. But yeah, like, Detroit Become Human, it's alright. I, like, definitely give it a shot if you're interested, but I just, the writing, it's something. Like, it's actually really enjoyable if, like I said, you're not digging too deep into it. It's kind of one of those just don't question it kind of things, I guess. Life is Strange, I love it, actually. I love it a lot more than Detroit Become Human, but I'm also big enough to admit that it kind of maybe suffers from some of the same issues. But I adore Life is Strange. In fact, I might be playing it on stream. I know it's a divisive game. Like, a lot of people love it. A lot of people don't love it. Like, a lot of people hate it, actually. And that's fine. Like, honestly, I think that's kind of, maybe a lot of games I'm into now, like Silent Hill. Like, it's very much falls into the not for everyone category. Hold on, let me read this. I've just been sitting on Hinako's diary for a while. It's midnight and I'm awake. That means that I won. My big day is tomorrow. No, the sky is becoming brighter, meaning today is tomorrow. It's my funeral today. No, my execution. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to die. Why do I have to die? You're not going to die, Hinako. You're always going to be you. Yeah, right. Sure, my name will be the same, but they're just going to slap it on some other sack of meat. You aren't a baby bird anymore, Hinako. Don't you want to spread your wings and venture out into a brand new world? Then you can go and die if you want. Don't drag me down with you. Damn. Detroit Become Human was special. Hank was great, and I was genuinely flabbergasted when I realized it was Clancy Brown. Yeah, Clancy Brown has range. I love Clancy Brown. Crazy good voice acting that mind-blown me when I decided to watch old SpongeBob and the Marbles Collected. Yeah. He's, Clancy Brown is Hank from Detroit Become Human. He's Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob. He's Long Fang from Avatar: The Last Airbender. He's the Kurgan from Highlander, which is an old movie, that actually Papa Kazuo likes. Oh, I gotta go offer the chicken wings. But yeah, like I said, Detroit Become Human, like, I enjoyed it. I just, I may be a bit mean to it sometimes with the writing, because, you know, it has its issues. But I'd be lying if I said when I played it, like, many, many, many moons ago, I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy it. It was an experience that I enjoyed.
そこにいるの？なんでここに？
The 6-7 calendar! He was in Back to the Future 2. I did not know that one. I was not aware of that. But yeah, there's, like, some voice actors that, ooh, they just have some crazy range. Oh, yeah, Mr. Krabs! But, I think, in the case of Life is Strange, a lot of the issues people have, like, one of the big ones is, oh, well, only one of your decisions really matters, and it's like, yeah, kind of. I definitely understand where they're coming from. Like, in a game where it's like, all your choices matter, but, like, there's one big choice at the end that undoes all of them anyways. But, I don't really think it's, all that bad, because that was back when they were still doing, like, the episodic format for games, where it was like, what was it? Like, they'd release one chapter of the game, and then a few months later, they'd release the next chapter. They did it with, The Walking Dead. I actually kind of missed that format, but honestly, that format of things is just dying in general. Like, not even just with games. It's like, because of streaming platforms, you don't get, like, weekly, or, like, you don't get, like, weekly episodes for things anymore, where it's like, oh, well, I catch the new episode of this thing. Like, there is no new episode of this thing. It's just the new season. It just drops all at once. I kind of hate that, actually. It, honestly, sucks. I don't like it. For a few reasons. Like, I guess I can understand people like having things all at once, but I kind of liked waiting for things and just being able to do things like, theorize, or just sit with something with an episode and then, like, stewing on how I think it's all gonna work out for about a week and then finally getting to see, like, what happens the next week and, like, being super excited. And then it also gave me something to look forward to as opposed to, I'm just gonna blow my load all at once and watch, like, everything. Like, I know the residual unk is showing, but I do miss that format. Anime still does that, which I like, but a lot of anime are adapted from manga, so I usually know what happens anyways, so unless it's something where I'm an anime only, I don't really... Oh, what am I doing? But manga's like that too, so there are still some things that have, like, that are not just, here's everything all at once. Everything everywhere all at once. That was a good movie, by the way. I liked that movie. But yeah, episodic games don't really exist anymore. Which I honestly kind of miss that era of games where you had, like, the Telltale games, you had, like, Life is Strange, you just had, like, all these episodic games that would release a chapter and then, like, you'd wait for a bit and then release the next one. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say it was good or it was the best thing ever. It was just kind of a fun novelty that I miss. I mean, some games still do that, but, it's just not, you don't see it as often anymore. Ew. You got some games? Okay. Episodic. Yeah. But I do, think that maybe it's for the best that that died, because the way the games industry is moving right now, I feel like there are some people who would be trying to charge you full price for different, like, chapters as opposed to what... I don't remember how they priced them back then, because I think I was maybe, still like, too much of a child. Like, I was a baby. Not a baby, but, like, I don't think that was the point where I was, like, buying my own games at that point. There we go. Wait, why do I have anything I can put there? Ramune. Nope. So I don't remember how they were priced back then, like the, episodic games like Life is Strange and, Telltale games, and, I guess Until Dawn was another one, yeah. I don't really remember how they were priced back then, so like I said, I can't say anything about that, but I do feel like the way the games, like, the games industry is, behaving nowadays, I feel like they would just be charging you full price for all of them, which... I know that's a very pessimistic way to view it, but, like, it's true. I'm not normally pessimistic, and in this case it isn't really pessimism, that's just how it is right now. In fact, I'm one of the people who thinks that it's not, like, all bad. Like, I think it can get better. Like, it's, like, I mean, it changed from how it was to be able to get to how it is now, so why can't it why wouldn't it be able to change again to something else or back to the way it was before? Like, I don't see why not. Like, hell, I've seen some games started costing, like, $60 or $50 again. Like, even bigger games, like, I think Silent Hill Townfall, maybe? No, wait, I need to look at it on Steam. I don't think the price is out yet, but I've been seeing some of the bigger games, like the actual big-name games, I've been seeing $60 and $50 again instead of fucking $80, like it was for a bit, so that's good. So like I said, I don't think it's like all doom and gloom. It's just the nature of change. And because, like, the games industry is constantly changing. Slowly. Not, like, drastic shifts every day, but, like, little tiny subtleties that just occasionally shift around. But that's how everything is. That's not just games. That's just the nature of existence. Brother, why am I talking about this? Washing machine flyer. Be mesmerized by the swirling dance of washing water. State-of-the-art electric washing machine. For the housewife who knows best. Washing machine of the future brought to you by electronics pioneer Toranami Denki. Washing machine heart. Mitsuki. I think Hinako would like Mitsuki. Maybe. But yeah, it's, I do think that even with, like, some of the crazy prices and stuff that's happening with games, I think it can get better. There's no reason it wouldn't be able to, in my eyes. We would like to play. That was such a funny commercial. And shrine. Nope, nothing. Sorry, nothing. What about this? Ah!
お姉ちゃんどこにいるの
This is new. Pick up. Letter to Santa. Dear Santa, I've been a very good girl this year, and so I would like a ray gun, please. From Shimizu Hinako. Oh my god! She was... Bro, she was just a baby. Fuck. Man. Space Wars. There have been times when I wished from the bottom of my heart that Space Wars would continue forever, but as we grew older, the Galactic Imperium stopped sending in new forces. We're still proud members of the Space Army and will always be on standby to defend the Earth. We still call each other partner like the old times. Even if our classmates laugh and say that it's lame, our space wars have yet to come to an end. Man. I was talking to one of my friends how I was like, how I am with, Hinako and Angela from Silent Hill, and how I would do, like, I was like, I would do anything to make them happy, and then I was like, you know how you, a lot of people will, project their period cramps onto characters that they like? I'm like the opposite. And I would project their, for Hinako and Angela, I would project their period cramps onto myself. And then my friend sent me something, like, that I was talking, the friend I was talking to, they sent me something, they sent me, like, that one scene in Dragon Ball where it's Piccolo taking, like, I don't remember, it was just, I think a normal, I don't think it was a named attack, it was just, like, a nameless ki blast from Nappa or something. It was, like, Piccolo taking it for Gohan, so, my friend edited my face onto Piccolo and then, like, Hinako onto Gohan, but, like,
ごとに入れてって頼んだら入れてくれなかったんだって。
あらあら、気の毒だったね。
ひなちゃんは男の子と遊んでたから女の子のお遊びには入れてあげないって言われたの。
誰そんなこと言ったの？後でお姉ちゃんが叱っとくから。
純子およし、かわいそうに男の子と遊んでただけでひどいね。
女の子嫌い。ひな子は女の子嫌だ。男の子になる。
この子はもっと小さい頃から男の子とも女の子とも遊んでたからね。
昭和って不思議な時代だよね。どうして子供の世界では男女が冷やかし合い互いに拒絶し合っているんだろう。学校でも異性と話をしただけでバカにされたり冷やかされたり、私はそういうのが昔から理解できなくてのけ者にされてた。男子とかくれんぼしたい時もあれば女子とお人形で遊びたい時もあった。でも男子は私を女扱いしてあんまり仲間に入れてくれなかった。女子は私が男子と遊んでるからって仲間外れにすることも多かった。お姉ちゃんはそれをひな子は見えている世界が違うのねって言ってたっけ。でもそんな私にも私のことを女扱いせずに遊んでくれる初めての親友ができたんだ。
おい、それお前の人形だろ。落としてるぞ。宇宙作戦本部応答せよ。
Yo,
新たな巨大 UFO を確認。直ちに迎撃に向かう。
Aw. Man, I was gonna keep talking about the stupid thing that happened with, like, the thing my friend edited, but, like, now I feel, like, now that feels wrong. I guess to finish my thought from earlier, like, it was just a really blurry art, like, it was, like, really poorly edited on purpose. Like, it was a really crusty, compressed, blurry, JPEG of Hinako's face, and then I think it was just my model showcase, like, the default face on it, on Piccolo, and it was really funny. And then I was like, yeah, that's about what it is. I was the same way, though. I liked, I think this is just the same thing. Oh, wait, yeah, the journal updated. Not this, something else. Here we go, Junko. I once went to see Junko in the hospital when she was pregnant. Her morning sickness was so bad that all she could manage between vomiting was groaning. Her hands were rough and chapped, and her face looked as though she had aged decades overnight. When I saw her like that, it was as if the sister that I adored had disappeared. This is what marriage does to a woman. It just makes you end up like Junko. Like Mom. God, this fucking game is so... It's... Oh my fucking god. I know I won't shut up about it, but this game, it's so... It's so fucking good. But, thing. Did I put that there? No! Ay! No. Ay! I didn't mean to do that! But, I was the same way. I liked playing, okay. And then we put this here. Wait, I just switched them. This is the same thing. Oh, this configuration is odd. There we go. Okay, yeah, because the solution to that puzzle changes depending on which ending you're gonna be getting, I think. But, I would actually love to, like, go and look at my VODs and see what which endings correspond to which configuration and then, like, hyper analyze it. But no, I was the same way. I liked, I really liked playing, what, have I looked at everything? I really liked playing, wait. I think I preferred playing, like, the kinds of games, boys played when I was, like, when I was a little tiny clown. That isn't to say I disliked playing with other girls, but I just preferred the kinds of games that, like, the boys would be playing, because it was, that's just the kind of person I am. I liked tag. I mean, actually, there wasn't ever really a situation where it's like, oh, do you want to play, tag with the boys or never play with any of them ever? Because normally it was like everyone was playing tag. Where do you go? Use my crowbar. I was, like, kind of terrible as a kid, though. Like, I don't know what my problem was, but I was, like, kind of violent. No! Like, not... I don't know how much of this I want to actually share, but, like, I would, get into, like, not fights, but I just would be a little too domineering, I guess. And, like, I would, sometimes attack other kids. Not like bad attack, but just aggro. Like, there was this one kid who, like, he had a slap bracelet, and I think I took it and I was playing with it, and then he, like, grabbed it back from me, and then I, like, slapped him with it, and it, like, cut his wrist or something a little bit, like, his arm. Like, I think I just really didn't understand back then. I didn't really understand, you just don't understand a lot of stuff when you're a kid that you kind of grow up and you slowly start to be like, oh, okay, that's why we don't act like that. Gotcha. I just didn't really have a good sense of that when I was a kid. But there was another... I think I've told this story before, but there was one of my friends, it was, like, really early elementary school or something. I, like, grabbed him and I shook him so hard he threw up. I don't know why. I didn't do it out of anger. I just did it. I think. And then, I also stabbed a kid with scissors one time. Not on purpose, mind you. I didn't just think, oh, I need to smoke this guy. No, I think I was trying to punch him or something, but I had scissors in my hand, and I ended up, like, jabbing him with them. Man, maybe I was just kind of a bully when I was, like, a really small kid. I mean, not really. I was still friends with all the people that I'm talking about right now. It's just, some of them would get, like, I think they would do something, and then it would be, like, it would be, like, some kind of conflict started, and then I would handle it by just, like, asserting my dominance, I guess, for lack of a better term. And then sometimes when it escalated, that would just mean me, like, hitting, I think. But again, that was when I was a kid. I just really did not have a good sense of right and wrong back then. Hinako's diary. Just shut up, Dad, and you too, Mom. This is my decision, not our decision. Don't act like either of you gets to have a say in this. I won't become like you. We won't become like you. I know you have ulterior motives. I'm just a pig to you, aren't I? Fattened up and ready for the slaughter, huh? You think I care about your money problems? Don't try to change the way we feel. Man, poor Hinako. Unhinged Archer. Yeah, I was a menace as a kid. There's some stuff I might not talk about, at least not yet. But I was genuinely a problem as a kid. It was kind of unfortunate. Like, there was one time in my my neighbors, like, I had two neighbors. Well, I had a neighbor, and it was, they lived in the same house because it was two sisters. It was two girls. They were sisters. And they were my best friends for, like, a lot of growing up. And, so something I did, at one point was we were playing in their backyard, and let's just say I chased them around with something that you would not want touching you, and you probably shouldn't chase people around with. I had to put it on a stick to do it, but, or I had to, poke it with a stick so I could, it was just, it was a funny situation, because I was, like, chasing them with it, and then, like, their mom called my dad, and then Papa Kazuo came over, and, like, as their mom was explaining it to him, their dad was trying so hard not to laugh, and it was making their mom even madder. He was trying so hard. It was so funny. Oh my god. I was genuinely a problem back then. I mean, it's... Oh, it's an otter! I love otters. They're so cute. Restores spare weapons durability upon defeating an enemy. Oh, that's good. That turns every weapon into the sacred sword, kind of. It's so cute. I love otters. I'm still sometimes a menace, but not that much. Not that much. I grew into a fine enough, I grew into a fine enough, young whippersnapper. Wow, everything about that was wrong, but, you know. But I was really good friends with everyone when I was that age. Despite everything, I was somehow good friends with all of the people I was around in school. Oh yay. Ooh. It did the enemy ambience, like, that plays when there's enemies near. Like, I think a lot of, like, the major parts of my personality kind of stayed the same for the most part. Like, I'm still I'm still very, I don't know how to describe it besides just being a lot, but except, you know, now I don't attack people for no reason. Or for, like little reason. Nah, we're good. And I don't... Oh, shit. Eh. Yo, dried carcass. Okay, no. Chaotic neutral? Yes, I'd definitely chaotic neutral. But I like, I will say there were times where that was put to good use. Like, there was a girl I was friends with, like, in, like, not preschool, but, like, daycare, because I didn't do preschool. Maybe it was, like, it was, like, my daycare that I used to go to. And I was friends with her, and I think she had, like, I don't remember, it was either high-functioning autism, or it was something like that. And I was, like, really good friends with her, but, like, sometimes the other kids would, like, pick on her, and then when I found out about that, like, if they did something, or if I saw something happening when I was a kid, I'd, like, actually go and, like, not beat them up, but I would get pretty physical with them. I'd, like, grabbing, shoving, sometimes hitting, but not, like, not insanely violent. I would just, like, make it known that, hey, yeah, you're not gonna do that shit around me. Wait, where? Oh, here, okay. So sometimes my, aggro was, like, actually kind of... Sometimes it was actually a good thing. Ooh, I can pull another thing. Oh, turtle! I love turtles. Greatly decreased damage taken at full health. Oh, it's so cute. Sometimes, like, I definitely feel like I'll, like, think about, like, how much easier things were as a kid. I was, like, confidence came easier. It comes easy now, I guess, just because I was, like, that's just how I am as a person, but it just felt more natural as a kid. Interacting with people was easier when I was a kid. And then sometimes I'm like, man, was I just kind of more... Oh, that's good. I have to wait for that to stop now. Was I just kind of, did I just get worse? Like, was I genuinely, like, maybe a better version of myself when I was a genuine baby than I am now? Like, sometimes it's hard not to think like that, but then I remember that there's some stuff I'm really not that proud of that I did as a kid, so... Like I said, it's hard not to stop those, it's hard to stop those thoughts sometimes, but it's usually kind of easily remedied by me just thinking, no, there was some dumb bullshit that I did back then that I'm definitely, glad that I grew out of, but I think all of that is to say that I have a very good... Give that to me. Oh, that's actually good. I actually have a very good view of myself at pretty much all stages of life, because, I don't know, I was a really cool kid, but I love how I am now, too. That's, like, hard, I think, for a lot of people, is, being able to love yourself at all stages of life, but I think it's easier than you might think. Oh, I forgot that this is nothing but nightmares in this room. I would ask why I'm talking about something that deep, but then, like, I mean, I'm playing Silent Hill, and I did just say I'm, like, back into Adventure Time again, so, like, just in a very contemplative mood. Contemplative. I think that's the word, contemplative. It sounds weird, because it looks like it should be contemplative, but that's not it, because you're contemplating. Wait, do I have anything to enshrine? I don't think so. We'll just go through the door. Urgh. And now it's foggy / smoky in here, and now there's more enemies in here. Because evil. But yeah, I think it's maybe a skill, actually, being able to do that. But I think it's an important skill, like, being able to, like, look at yourself at, like, as you are now and as you used to be, and then, being able to find the good in all of them. Like, being able to love all of the different versions of you. Put the propane and propane accessories. And then this. Bird! That wax looks so nasty. Then we gotta go into the picture room and put that in there. Oh! I forgot you were there. Wait, you weren't there. Where did you come from? Are you following me? Weirdo behavior. You're odd. Not in the good way. God, I still love the design of this room, and I love that if you look up here, you're under the dark shrine. Like, it's so cool. Now, everyone needs to be upside down besides Hinako and her two best friends. She has her 3 best friends, but Rinko has to be upside down too. Sorry, Rinko. Oh, the solution to this puzzle also changes depending on which, ending you're gonna be getting. Oh! And the ending to, or not the ending, the puzzle with that we're about to go do in a minute, at her room with the fox, the sword, and the bird, that changes, and the scales. That changes too. Wait, what do I have? What all do I need? I need 3 of those. Did I not get everything? Hold on, give me a second. Collectibles, key items, oh! I need one more. Yeah, it's in the... Okay, so I did grab one without remembering. And the bird room is in the second one, or the third one, I think. Yo! You know what? I was gonna run past it, but I kinda wanna be violent. Yes! Go through the door. Open door philosophy. I actually don't know how I feel about open door philosophy. It's like, just say yes to all the opportunities presented to you, but that doesn't work sometimes, because, like, what if some of them are in conflict with each other? I mean, choices are hard, but... Oh! Yeah, I do have to go around that way, I forgot. Choices are hard, so I don't make them. I'm kidding. Choices are hard, but they are important. Is there anything in there? No. I could have sworn there was another beast in there waiting to pounce on me, but... Ah!
マジでそれ冗談だろ。
うん。大マジ。
そんなやつ俺知らねえよ。覚えてもねえよ。第一それが急に今頃になってわけがわかんねえよな。
どうしようか。相棒はどう思う？
それはひな子が自分で考えて決めるしかねえよ。俺が口出しできることじゃねえし。
おかしいよね。それに私女扱いされるの嫌だし相棒だって似合わないって思うでしょ。
うん。
だよね。 私も似合わないって思うし。
そう決めつけるなよ。答えを急ぐな。悪い癖だぞ。もっと時間をかけてゆっくりと考えろ。心を落ち着けて静かに心の中の自分と対話しろ。
そうだな、相棒の言う通りだ。
大丈夫か？また頭痛か？お前は悩み込むとすぐ頭痛に出るな。
Need
我
a
慢せずに
stress.
薬飲めよ。ひどくなってからじゃ遅いんだからな。
買ったやつ全然効かないんだ。
そうか。また俺が見繕ってやるから、お前の体質に合ったやつを探してみる。
ありがとう相棒。やっぱり頼りになるな。
いいか？どんな選択も焦って選んだら必ず後悔する。じっくり考えるんだ。それだけは絶対に約束しろ。
お姉ちゃんにも同じこと言われたよ。わかった相棒。約束する。
It's like a serious thing, but for some reason when that happened, like the only thing that went through my head was like, oh damn, he got sister zoned. he got sister zoned. That's really funny. That's really, really funny. I love the self-congratulatory, like, me saying, oh, that's funny. Like, hey, it's funny to me. Go through the door! Yeah. Now we can go solve this puzzle. It took me forever to last time because I didn't understand what was being asked of me. But now, I think if I remember, this configuration's actually pretty easy. The sword and the fox fought, battling upon a set of scales. After a long, vicious fight, the fox fell to the sword. In the aftermath, their seal upon the land vanished without a trace. The sword raises itself heavenward. The scales now dedicated to the rising sun. Now go, white bird, fly away and never come back. The white bird took to the air and flew towards the horizon, becoming a silhouette against the setting sun. Now nothing remained upon the land. So... There's no way I got that first try. I'm so smart!
何の話だろう。
So the last one took me forever. So the solution for the one in the what I consider the bad ending took me forever because I didn't understand it. And that one I got on the first try because I understood exactly what it was.
君が来てるって言ってるでしょ。
相棒、調子はどうだ？
調子って？私調子悪くないよ。
最近学校でも上の空じゃないか。俺たちが話しかけてもぼんやりしてるし、悩みすぎてまた頭痛がひどくなってるんじゃないかって思ってさ。
全然。
そうか。
うん。心配しすぎだよ。ごめんね。お手洗い行ってくるね。
あ、うん。ひなこのお母さん言ってたな。最近隠れて何かを読んでいるって。これがそうなのか。
Hey, put that down!
ごめん。タンスの裏に何か見えたんで。
読んだ？
え？
何も読んでないよね。忘れて。週には関係ないから。
何も読んでないよ。というか字なんて何も。
ごめん。帰ってもらっていい？
Damn, why are
今日
y'all...
は体調が悪いの。
お前さ、
帰って。
わかった。 また明日。
Yeah, like, why are y'all all getting in her business? Damn.
私おかしいのかな。心がね、自分でも不安になるくらいにすごく大きく早くおかしくなっていくの。サクコに聞いたらそれは恋なんじゃないかって言うんだけれど、本当にそうなのかな。私が想像していた恋っていうのはもっともっとじっくり温かで酸っぱいんだけれどほんのり甘くてくすぐったくて、そういうものだと思ってた。でもね、今の私はそれとは全然違う。これは温かで酸っぱくて甘いんだけれど、まるで誰かに足をつかまれて沼の底に無理やり引きずり込まれるような、そんな感じなの。とても心地いいよ。でもね、なぜかずっと心のどこかで怖さも覚えているの。これは本当に恋なのかな。私だけが特別なのかな。あなたはどう思う？ねえ。いや、わからない。でも一つだけわかるよ。あなたのその気持ちは多分週に感じたものとは全く別の全く異形の何か。
Man. Oh, hey, Big Chungus. You finally purchased Silent Hill F? That's huge.
私とあなた
I hope you have fun with it.
どちらもひな子だけれど、きっとどちらかが間違っている。お願い、もし私が間違っていたなら私を殺して、ねえ解放して。さもなきゃ私があんたを殺すから。
Yeah, I like that cutscene, and I love the one that the ones you end up having in the true ending. But I think I said this before, but the one you get during the last ending we got, which I refer to as the bad ending. I know a lot of people disagree. I know this could also technically be considered a bad ending in its own way, but that's just how I refer to it. So, but that cutscene for some reason just really cut deep. That one was personal. It was just some of what was being said was it was just a bit too. It was just a bit too, I guess, right in a way in my case. Just the. I don't know if I've said, talked about exactly what it was, but, something I will say is just the very desperate, what's the word? Someone, that's you, basically. A part of you, desperately yelling at you to grow up, and then, not knowing how to, what the hell does that mean? What do you want me to do? How do I do that? And then just, both parts of yourself not being able to see eye to eye. One wants you to grow up, the other doesn't know how to, and then it's essentially just a death sentence. That just was a bit personal for me because that's something that I still really, really struggle with personally. So it was a lot. When I first watched it, it was a lot. I think I've said this, it almost felt like accusatory in a way. Yeah, I can understand how that hits people in a personal way. Yeah. It's a difficult thing, and I think everyone kind of deals with it in some way. Like, that's definitely a hard thing to deal with, the concept of growing up, because, like, what does that mean? Like, how do you quantify that? When do you start doing that, and when do you stop? Like, is, like, growing up in a weird way the same as dying? Because to become a different version of you, the you that came before is dead, like, functionally. It's definitely a tricky thing, and I imagine everyone deals with it in different ways and, like, in different capacities, but for me, it's something that I think hits so close to home because it's something that, like, a lot of what was being said is very applicable to me right now. So here's a 3 streak. Ah, thank you, Chungus! We've always had this unspoken rule that we shouldn't view each other as boys and girls, so we've always called each other partner growing up. But with time, our bodies slowly developed into that which we rejected. If I start viewing Shu as the man he's growing into, I feel like our precious relationship will come to an end, and the thought of losing him absolutely petrifies me. Shu is probably also starting to have the same thoughts as me, but he still treats me as his partner. I swear that I want to stay by Shu's side as his partner, and not in a romantic way either, but at the same time, there's some strange part of me that wants him to acknowledge me as a girl. God, Hinako's writing is so fucking good. Like, having an in-character journal does so much for a story and the characters. I think I've said this before, ad nauseum, but, it really does do a lot for the characters, the in-character journal. Yeah, Well, I was reading that, and then this thing jumped out at me, so we gotta... Okay. Yeah, I dealt with that recently until I got my ADHD meds situated, and now I feel like I've grown up to a proper adult. Yeah, I still... I'm definitely not that far along yet, but, that's good, though. I think everyone has to take different roads to get to that place. We don't need that. Oh, I'm hungry. I'm gonna make some food after this. Ah, wait, I forgot that I'm full up. Oh, we will get rid of this stuff. It's, what's this? Ooh! Like I said, it's definitely something, a bit more... Oh, both of my... There we go. It's definitely something that, I think a lot of people definitely struggle with. And like I said, it helps, like, for me that I'm, for some reason, I got back, I started watching Adventure Time again around the same time I rewatched it last year. So now I'm just, like, in a very philosophical mood in general, so I do a lot of thinking these days. Which is good. Thinking helps. I mean, too much thinking is bad, but, like, thinking in general is good. Man, she just just wanted to live with her friends and be happy. The Arby's, we have the meats. I think I made that joke before, but Hinaka with the Arby's.
遅かったな。今から始めるところだったぞ。誰のなんだと。それではご一同様包丁のさえをどうぞご覧くださいよ
I got my coffee. We're ready to. Guys. I finally. Okay, maybe I'll. This is like a weird point, like, to start talking about what I'm about to say, so I'll probably wait until I start fighting, but... Apropos of nothing, I finally tried, this Italian restaurant that, is kinda new where I'm at, and it was really good. I have some leftover pizza in my fridge. Alright. And I'm gonna heat some of that up in a minute. And I gotta move because she's getting a little... Wait! Oh my god, they're outspacing me! No way! Yeah, they split up. This is difficult. Okay. I come this way. That wasn't a perfect dodge. Ah! Wait, she... Yeah! Perfect counter! Oh, shit. Whoa. Oh, I love Italian food, especially pizza. I do too. I love Italian food. I just like all kinds of different foods. I like cooking too. I have a bunch of different cookbooks. Well, not a bunch. I have like 4 or 5, I think. I like trying foods from different places. Like, I think my favorite might either be Thai food or... I don't know. The perfect counter is so good in this game. That's the real message of this game. Japanese schoolgirls can perfect counter. My older brother loves cooking as well. He says it's the closest thing to witchcraft, and I agree. I mean, it is. You put a bunch of, like, bullshit into a pot, and then you turn it into something else. Like, that's alchemy, right? That is alchemy. That is the principles of alchemy. You turn things into something else in a way that, like, kind of seems impossible when you only look at the first step and the last step. Like, what do you mean yeast, flour, and like all this other stuff, and eggs? That, put that all together, somehow that's bread. I think it's a weirdly, like, meditative practice. Like, not meditative, but I think it gets you in touch with existence as it's meant to be. Like, taking things and then applying different things to them in order to change their shape into something else. Like, think about it. That's how the planet was made. Like, a star blew up and its stardust went everywhere, and then, like, eventually that stardust became the Earth. So that's kind of how food is. Except instead of stardust, you're using, like, you're using salt and thyme and, I don't know, garlic. I love garlic. Apply some heat, maybe some pressure, or not pressure, but like, movement to mix it together, and then it turns into something completely different. Again, that's like alchemy. You're not turning tin into gold. You're turning... Garlic is very nice, true. Garlic is so good. It's good for you, and it's very delicious. Very flavorful. A star dusted all over the place, and now we're here. That's true. The star dusted all over the place, and now star dusted us into existence. So that's like how food is. It goes from garlic and salt and a bunch of other stuff into something, and then that something ends up in my stomach. What have I made recently? I have like this mushroom recipe that I like to use. It's originally for mushroom steaks, but Papa Kazuo bought a bunch of mushrooms and left them here for a bit, so I'm trying to figure out ways to use them. So I started using that recipe to just saute those. And what I do is I saute them in olive oil with lemon juice, kosher salt, and thyme. And they end up really, really good. It's a very simple and very easy recipe, but it's really good. Actually, I'm probably gonna look at some of my recipe books, my cookbooks after this, and find something to make soon. This is making me want to cook. I should do a cooking stream one of these days. That would be fun. I'd have to figure out the logistics of it, but I would love to do that. Papa Kazuo actually loves to cook also. I think that's part of where I got it from. He loves cooking. I would love a cooking stream. Yay! I'm glad. I would also love a cooking stream, and I will be doing one at some point. Like I said, I have to do some... I'd have to figure out some of the logistics, but I should be able to figure something out. I was gonna start my workout routine again last week, but then I ended up sick, so I couldn't start working out because I was, you know, ill, but my bio dad loves cooking. Yes, that's good. It's always nice when, like, a parent, like, if, like, your dad or something loves cooking, because then, like, you always grow up with nice, like, home-cooked meals, and I think that's, really nice. The white bird flies free from her cage. Her shadow follows close behind her. The fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. There's nothing he can do now. Well, my bio dad and mom divorced when I was 5 years old. That's always rough. Like, I think it's, easier when it happens if you're, like, a baby or something, because then you don't really remember, but, yeah, that's always kind of rough. But like I said, it's, I didn't see him much after that, but the times I did see him, he always cooked amazing meals. Well, that's good. It's always nice to have, like, some kind of memories with people like that. Like, no. Like, just little things like that are really nice, I think.
立派な方々。
Rejoice, for you are saved from that world of filth. Hey, I put a lot of work into this goddamn filthy world, and you are gonna respect that.
恵比寿ヶ丘。私の。
Yeah, my bio dad was the Xbox gamer in my family. I was the PlayStation gamer, and my older cousin was the GameCube gamer. I was never really... The only system I didn't really have that close of a connection to was the Xbox. I did have an Xbox 360, but Papa Kazuo got it for me so I could play Minecraft with my best friend when I was kind of young. And, because she always, she and I always played Minecraft together, on, Xbox, and that was kind of the main reason I had it, but, most of the games I really liked were either on PlayStation or on the Wii or whatever other Nintendo console I had. So, it's weird, like, a lot of people are like, oh, I was an Xbox person, or I was a PlayStation person, or whatever. I was, like, kind of the opposite, where it was like, I had everything except one. Instead of I mainly stuck to one, I stuck to everything but one. Man, this is tight. There we go. Playing clean up. Housekeeping. Okay. Yeah, I mainly had PlayStation and Nintendo stuff for the longest time. That's how I was. PlayStation and Nintendo. That's why I never, like, was, much for, like, console versus console. Again, the only one I really didn't have much of an attachment to was Xbox, because there just weren't any games I really cared about on Xbox when I was a kid, besides Minecraft, but that's, like, I mean, Minecraft is on everything. And then I never really cared, even now, I don't really care for, like, console versus PC, because, like, I mean, they're both nice, for different reasons. I like both. Both is good. Like, that's not me refusing to take a side, that's just, like, I don't know, like, you can have both, so I don't know why I would want to, like, be... Oh, I like this one, and then this one is wrong because it's not that one. But I don't know. I think it depends on what you want. Like, I think technically a PC will a really high-end PC will outperform consoles, but, like, that's not really what I care about the most. It's just what has the games I want, and then I can deal with whatever, like, as long as the performance isn't obnoxiously bad, like I'm just getting unplayable frame drops or something, then I don't mind. Scroll of Pity, rejoice, for you are free from your ignorant, uncultured parents.
不教養かもしれないけれど
But Sonic the Hedgehog and Kingdom Hearts will always be my favorite franchises? Gotcha. Mine are... Huh. I don't know. That's a good question. What are mine? I like... Butterfly. Greatly decreased stamina consumed by dodging, but you are unable to continuously dodge. They deactivated the Dark Souls 3 dodge roll. I don't know what my favorite franchises are. I think now it's safe to say that Silent Hill is one of them. Okay, I don't remember which door. I might go watch one of my VODs real quick because, this area, if you get the wrong thing, you have to... Give me a second. I'm gonna go watch one of my VODs. I don't feel like... Because I don't feel like walking around through each room and being like, oh, well, which one do I go through? And then having to fight a bunch of stuff. So let me go over here. Let me go to my playlist. Silent Hill F VODs. This one's live right now. Oh, why are they out of order in my playlist? That's alright. Silent Hill. This one. Okay. Give me a second. Where was I? There's me laughing. What was I laughing at? What was so funny, clown? What was so funny? Alright, this way. Not that way. Okay. Oh, alright. I'm here. Where is this? Pokemon has a separate but very special place in my heart. True, I do love Pokemon. I wasn't a big fan of Sword and Shield, and then Scarlet Violet was whatever, but, I didn't play Scarlet Violet, actually. But I did like Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon was... Okay, so it's to the right. Sun and Moon was really, I think one of my favorites. My mouse is here! No! Oh well. I'm gonna have to move again anyways. Oh, no, it like messes with the tracking a little bit when I... Yay! Okay. Okay, so let me stop so I don't get turned around. I'll face forward. But, I think the first Pokemon game I played was Y. So that one's special to me. But, Sun and Moon was really... Sun and Moon was, I think, maybe my favorite. Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, I really liked. They were, very, very good. It looks like... Yeah, my instinct was to go to the right, and then I was like, I might as well check. So I did check, and then, I was right. I go to the right. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing right now. I think I just go... Okay, so just go straight. Alright. Good to know. Alright, thank you, past Archer. You've been a wonderful help. Here we go. Unless it changes. I don't think it changes. I don't know why it would change. There would be no reason for it to change unless they wanted to make an enemy of me. It doesn't change. Okay, good. We are never doing the extra fights in this area again. So help me. So help me. Hold on, I'm gonna... You! Alright. I hear them behind me, but I need to get behind him first. Oh, they were coming from behind him. Oh, she is a beast. What was that? That was insane. Alright, this is a little rough. There we go. Oh, that's nice. I love the fox arm. Okay. Yeah, Silent Hill is definitely one of my favorite franchises. I think it is my favorite franchise just because there's no other ones that I can think of where I actively... Oh, Fire Emblem! I forgot! I adore Fire Emblem. We're gonna, like, speaking of Fire Emblem, we're gonna be ranking, the rest of the playable characters tomorrow. So that's gonna be nice. But I love Fire Emblem. Very, very fun. And we're getting Fortune's Weave soon, and I need to buy a Switch 2. I just haven't bought a Switch 2 yet because there haven't been any games that have come out yet that I was like, I need a Switch 2 for that. There have been some that have been announced that I'm like, okay, I need to get a Switch 2 for that at least. And then there have been some that looked good that I was like, oh, I'm interested in that, but not interested enough to buy another whole system just for that. But now it's getting to the point where... It's getting to the point where there are games coming out that I, like, there's enough on the Switch 2 now that I am going to buy one. Rejoice, for you can dispose of the vulgar name Shimizu Hinako. Yeah. They're yours. There we go. I think another franchise I would consider, like, I know it's weird to say Mario, because, like, I mean, duh, everyone likes Mario, but, well, I don't know about, like, if everyone likes Mario, but, like, I feel like there's at least one Mario game that everyone has at least one Mario game that they like. For me, my big one is Galaxy, but I do like a lot of the other games. Scroll of pity, rejoice, smile, serve, obey. For every last drop of blood shall be sacrificed. Yeah, why are we here? Let's go do something fun instead. Oh, speaking of fun, I went, ooh, I went on a little trip with some of my friends yesterday. I had a lot of fun. What am I doing? I love spending time with my friends. It's more of a need. I know that's weird to say that, oh, it's more of a need, because, you know, everyone needs, like, people. But for me, it's definitely, like, more of a psychological need, but, like, actual need, because I'm an extrovert, so if I don't talk to people for too long, then I genuinely start to get into a, like, worse mindset. Stop! Beast! Oh, I forgot that chews through stamina. Maybe I should consider the Higashi. Okay, let's apply a bandage. Stop! 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 I need to... Maybe I should play Half-Life on stream. I've never actually played Half-Life. Stop! Stop! Man, you are really not dying. There we go. Now you're dying. Can I eat? Yes! Yummy! I forgot what I was talking about before this. It was like the consoles or something? I don't remember. Oh, okay. Hmm.
では
お姉ちゃん
まだ生きてるのね。しっかりなさい。
No!
しっかりって
未練は拙速では立てない。そう思い時間を与えたけれど、生きていてもいいなんて考えてないわよね。そんな甘えは許さない。殺せ。必ず。
もう少し外していた方がいいかな。
いいえ。お時間をありがとうございます。
The bell.
それではこれにて。
姉妹で語り合えたかね。
はい。
それでは行こう
The
か。
gift of hindsight. Yes. But yeah, I think I will play Life is Strange on stream soon. Life is Strange is weird because, like, I don't care about the franchise as a whole. It's just, I like the first game. Oh! Obtained all the crest without making a single mistake on the... Hold on. I just got a trophy for that. That's cool. I'll have to look at that. Wait, did I miss anything in here? But, because 2, I didn't really care for that much. I hated Before the Storm, honestly. I didn't, 3 was whatever at best to me. Any other cool notes for me? And then, we don't need to talk about what's happening with double exposure, because if we talk about it, I might actually lose my humanity. But I do love the first game. I know it's divisive, but, okay, so... Whitebird and Shadow... I think this is the white bird. I think this is her shadow. And I think the fox raising his lantern, I think that's him. Oh my god, I'm so good! I'm so smart! I don't have the stamina for reading that I used to, I think. That came out of nowhere. That was also apropos of nothing. Hmm.
これが君のものだ。さあ、君も。
Okay. I love the leitmotif playing.
では、始めようか。
Oh, I guess that's another thing. I don't know if you could consider it a franchise, but like Undertale and Deltarune. It's 2 games by Mr. Fox. By Tricky Tony himself. Speaking of like episodic games, I like... Deltarune is proof that that can still kind of work. Like, releasing a chapter of a game, waiting a bit, then releasing the next one. That's just how, like, episodic games were done back then. Like, Life is Strange did it, Telltale did it, and I was talking about it earlier, how, like, games don't really do that anymore, and it's not really a good or bad thing, it's just, like, a symptom of things kind of changing, but Deltarune is proof that people still have an appetite for that kind of thing.
よくここまでついてきてくれた。
一緒だから。
Like, I think it's actually kind of weirdly healthy for, like,
もうわずかの瞬間。
a fandom, sort of, where it's like, you have, like, those little spaces in between, God, I'm so glad they added this. Like, I beat the game, 3 times. I got the default ending, obviously, then I got the fox whets its tail, then I got the true ending, and they didn't have this back then, so I beat it back when the game was harder, and you didn't have the option to skip these, like, 2 back-to-back gauntlets of just fighting through the town. But, I'm glad they added it. Like, I know a lot of people were being weirdly gatekeepy about it, like, if you beat the game post-patch, you didn't beat it. Like, okay, look, just because, like... Just because you're mad that you had to go through all of that doesn't mean you should take it out on other people who, like, might not want to do that. Like, I'm saying this as someone who beat it pre-patch. Like, I promise you it is not that big a deal. Like, you don't need to be that elitist about it. It is, like, it is one, like, back and forth, thing with, honestly, nothing there. Achievements tied to action difficulty will not be obtained if skipped. That is, I guess, something worth keeping in mind, though. So when I do go achievement hunting, I'm gonna have to do this again, but... It's like... I don't know. It's, I'm trying to remember, because I don't think there's anything that happens during either of these segments. Besides, maybe, I think the doll's dialogue might change whenever you go through the segment as Fox Hinako. And then you do miss the cutscene with, like, Hinako's, you do miss, like, you miss a really good cutscene with, like, Hinako, yelling, and then, like, where she's like, oh, you took everything from me, then you miss the cutscene of... Oh! I skipped it last time. I didn't get to see what it said. There is a cutscene that's different depending on what ending you get. It's the one where the fox, the Shiromuku, grabs, like, Hinako, and then she's, like, talking to Junko, that dialogue changes, I think, depending on what ending you get. And then you go through as Fox Hinako, and I think maybe the doll's dialogue changes. I mean, it's not enough for me to want to, like, do it every time, but I kind of wish I didn't skip it last time. There's nothing I can do about that now, but I've never seen the dialogue for the Fox's wedding ending. I guess I won't. I could look it up maybe, but damn. Alright, we'll skip it, I guess. I mean, I don't feel like playing through it again. I don't know, I might, look through, like, I might see if I can find a video that has it, like, has all the different variations. That would be kind of cool. Because I do like the cutscene. Like, I think in the true ending, Ebisugaoka in Silence, that ending, you, probably, I don't know, that might actually be the only one that changes, but I'm not sure, I don't remember. I kind of wish I hadn't been skipping that section now. Actually, I think I was only given the option to skip it these last 2 times because, like, oh, in the distance. I kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a pain in the ass to play through, though. It's a little tragic. I wish you could still view the cutscenes. Maybe you can. Maybe there's like a cutscene thing you can watch. Or maybe not.
助けてくれてありがとう。おかげで目が覚めた。
Happy Astroface, she can play with her eyes closed. Of course I can. Hold on. Of course. I'm just very happy. Give me a second. I actually kind of like that. But, that's so funny. I need to, find out how to... Man, I don't know. I need to find out how to look at the cutscenes without... I'll figure it out. I'll figure something out. We'll use this for now. But I kind of want to view... It would be nice to be able to view the cutscenes, because I want to see how that one changes depending on which ending you get. I mean, part of the experience is admittedly diminished if you're watching it in a vacuum and not watching it as part of a continuing story, like you're playing, like, through your experience with one of the endings. But it would still be nice to see them. I don't know, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Like, on one hand, I get to skip, like some really annoying encounters, but on the other hand, I also miss, like, some cutscenes that are kind of good and important, and it's a little tragic. I wish they could have found a way to, like, compromise. Like, not necessarily have an all or nothing thing. Like, you can still see the cutscenes somehow, but you don't have to deal with, maybe you don't have to deal with, the combat encounters? I don't know. That's such a weird thing to have to navigate, but I don't know. I will say, the ability to skip that section is very nice, though. Like, very nice quality of life. What was I talking about before that? I was saying something.
もう決めたんだ。私は止められない。
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Stay out of her way. Well, just no. I don't know why I tried to counter and stuff. Do this and then there we go. I do like the hyper armor you usually have when you're focus attacking. That is very nice. I was talking about games, I think, but I don't remember exactly. Ooh, sledgehammer. Do I want a sledgehammer or do I want to keep my second crowbar? You know what? I picked up a fourth one of these. Let's just use that. It's way easier to manage your inventory when you have the lightsaber, the PP8001, and the katana, because you just have 5 weapons permanently, and both of them self-repair, kind of. Like, the PP8001 is a bit more, like, picky with how it repairs itself. I think you just have to get close to dying. But the Sacred Katana just unless it's not... Unless it's purified, it just repairs itself as long as you're using another weapon instead of that. Oh, man. Which is very nice. But if it's purified, you have to repair it manually, but it's still a 5th weapon, which is still helpful. Because you're not, like, fighting with your, inventory quite as much. And then we'll draw another Omamori. Crab! Weapon durability will not decrease while using focus. Oh my... That's so good! I'm probably gonna use that one once I get the 5th slot. Maybe. Hold on. Let me try to plan a build. That's such a weird thing to say in a Silent Hill game, but, like, I feel like these could have more, like, I could be going for stuff that has more synergy, but I was just going for things that give me quality of life, personally. Like, the rabbit is really good. I love being able to perfect counter, but... Let me look. Bear. Additional damage when using weapons with high... Yeah, I have that. Boar. The goat. Pine, sanity, the owl would be nice once I get, the 5th slot also. The otter is really nice, though. That would be... I mean, it's not that... I feel like it would be nicer if you got it, during your first playthrough, when you still have, like... Or, like, a first or second playthrough, because that way you can use it until you get the, sword or, like, another weapon that, like, either the sword or the beam saber. Greatly decrease focus charging time, I don't know if I need that one, but I like it. I don't know, I'm probably just gonna equip the crab, but... I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. That is really good, though. Ah. Yeah, but I think I've said this before, but Silent Hill has definitely ruined horror games for me. Like, horror in general, but especially games, like, I feel like I'm more, like, I don't want to say pretentious, but I'm just a bit more, like, I'm a bit more, judgmental, I guess, when it comes to writing. Like, I don't want to say Silent Hill is the standard by which I judge other horror games or other horror media, but it does unconsciously come up in my head sometimes where I'll be playing something that's horror, and because it's horror, my mind will naturally go towards Silent Hill, because, like, Silent Hill is horror, and it's, like, one of my favorite things ever, so... I do feel like sometimes I can be a little unfair towards horror as a genre, because, like, maybe my standards are just way too high. I swallowed my coffee just now and one drop went down the wrong pipe. And I had to, stop myself from coughing because I had a mouthful of coffee, so I just sat there and waited for it to stop feeling weird. That's, like, one thing I can do sometimes, is I can repress the urge to cough or, like, choke if something, like, if I accidentally breathe in water or something. Like, that's not necessarily a good thing. Like, coughing is good if you do accidentally breathe in water or, like, something else, because you can cough it up. But if it's just a case of something kind of almost going down the wrong pipe, it's like, it ends up, oh well.
私であって何が悪いの？私はまだ、いつまでも私でいたいのに。
あなたの気持ちもわかる。不安よね。怖いわよね。でもそれは乗り越えられるものなのよ。乗り越えるかどうかは私が決めること。誰にも勝手に決めさせたくない。もう遅すぎるの。あまりに遅すぎる。これは
遅いも早いもない。
Fight Hinako! I know this is technically also a bad ending because the doll, and it's like she's not, like, there's something she's not reconciling with herself fully, but, like, never stop fighting! Yes, exactly, Ra! Keep fighting! Everyone should have the right... Everyone fights the good fight. The bar is by accident. No, everyone fights the good fight. Again, I know this is also technically not the best ending, because, like I said, there's something she's not reconciling with herself, but, like, in both versions of the ending, but, like...
遅いも早いもない。これは決断。清水ひな子の決断なの。決断は私がした。私が求めるものは新しい性。お前は消えろ。決断は私がした。お前が消えろ。清水ひな子に戻れ。
Yay. Like I said, it's still good to... I consider it a better ending because it's good that she's fighting. Oh man, I'm getting... Attack! Ow. No, get your ass out of here, boy! This is not your business! Why don't you're a bride to be?
その言葉はそのまま返そう。君こそ何者だ。ひな子に何がついた。どうやってこの聖域に入り込んだ。正体を見せろ。ひな子
Yeah, get his ass, Shu!
信じてたぜ。
Shu with the steel chair!
お前なら絶対に示せると思ってた。自分の本当の気持ちをな。
Again, I know it's not the best, but like I consider it a little better than the Fox's wedding because I hate the way that one ends.
どこから入り込んだ。
Kotoyuki, chill, man! No, we don't run, we fight! You turned red also.
私のものにする。君を愛しているからこそ、私は君たちの習わしに従ってきた。ひな子を私のものにするためならば、私たちのやり方に改めさせてもらう。
No, bro.
忽然と消え去り失踪する。そして君を探す張り紙はやがて擦り切れて風に舞って消え、君の思想はこうささやかれるのだ。お連れ様の神たち、東電。
Nah. Okay. Let me get out of the... Oh, okay, that's... Oh! Yeah! No! Let me...
幸せにするためにあらゆる努力をした。
Okay, let's switch to this.
作法を学び、技能を学び、全てを収めた。富も家も名声も、君が人の世で一切の苦労をしなくて済む全てを揃えた。
Man, you gotta give it a rest. It's like such a weird... No! My phone... Okay, well, it's fine. Do I have to attack him? I forgot. Oh, no, I can't.
この思いが伝わらんのだ。
Bro, you gotta chill. Oh, hey, you're starting to get not fucked up. Ow. The red is starting to go away. Oh, that was hard to read. So when he does that, I have to dodge half a second after. Yeah!
"私が欲しいもの、望むものはあなたと同じです。
それは何だ？教えてくれ。
私の
なぜこの思いが伝わらんのだ。
Okay, he's starting to get less fucked up. There we go. Yeah, I didn't perfect dodge it, but I know how to avoid it now. Oh! Okay. Yeah! God, it's so fun to perfect counter.
あなたは私に恋し、私をめとるために人生を激しく生きた。私も自らの人生をあなたのように激しく生きたいのです。
女は男の求愛を受けることだ。何より幸福ではないのか。
私の幸福は私が決めます。他の誰かに与えられるものじゃない。
ひなこ。
Oh, there's another one.
羽ばたかせるということか。
あなたの求愛を受けたら羽ばたく喜びも辛さも
Yeah, tell
想
him!
像できないんです。
Oh, nice. We did it! Kotoyuki, you just gotta chill, man. That's...
あなたの求愛を生涯忘れません。そしてありがとう。
You're a cool enough guy, you're just a little too much sometimes.
平子こっちだ早く
行きなさい。後始末は私の方でつけておく。
お前と宇宙戦争ごっこで遊んだことを思い出した。だからお前は俺とひな子の戦友だ。
早く行くといい。私が宇宙人の役になって君を食べてしまうこともできるのだからね。
また会おう戦友。
They're friends.
男なら引き際も大事か。
Yay! We got the other ending! It's a better ending than Fox's wedding in my opinion, but I do understand that they're both bad in their own ways. And then next week we'll be getting the true ending. I almost didn't want to say that because I feel like every time I've said that, something has come up. Like, I ended up sick last week with a cold. One of these months, I swear one of these months, we will get through my schedule fully without something coming up and fucking things up. Alright. Yeah, fucking... Ugh. See, one of the things I love about Silent Hill F is it is very unclear how much of this is, like any good Silent Hill game, it is very unclear how much of this is real and literal and how much of it is figurative. Because is Kotoyuki actually a fox? Probably not. But is there some supernatural element here involving the fox deity and, the Tsukumogami faith and the deity tied to the cedar tree? Absolutely. There usually is some supernatural element, like, present in Silent Hill games. I know Silent Hill 2 was kind of an exception, but even then it was made clear that, like, there was something at least sort of subtly supernatural happening with everyone seeing different things in the town. It wasn't just fully metaphorical. There was some literalness. There was some reality to, the things that we were being shown. So one of the things in Silent Hill F that I like, and I think about a lot, is, like, how much of this is real? Like, are we actually fighting a big fox god and a big tree man? Maybe! Maybe it's metaphorical and it's just us standing up to someone, but I do think there's something actually there. I think a lot of it is happening in Hinako's mind, but I do think there's some element of reality to it. Oh, that's where her face was in the last ending.
丈夫か。
ありがとう。
You did it! I did it! Yes, I did do it!
私は自分の勇気を保てなかった。
逆だろ。お前が自分の勇気を出したからこそ俺はお前を助けようと思ったんだぜ。
その勇気を持つのに時間をかけすぎて大勢に迷惑をかけた。
そのためにお前が自分の人生を諦めなくちゃならないってのは俺はおかしいと思うぜ。
ありがとう相棒。それにしてもお前ネクタイ似合わないな。
うっせえ、お前だってそれ似合ってねえよ。
うっせえ。
Yeah, she's actually wearing the Shidomuku, but we only see the uniforms. That's so, ugh. I love this game. Yeah, the doll, the vengeance of the deity in the cedar tree. See, I understand why people also consider this a bad ending, because by no means is it fully good, but it's a Silent Hill game. There's very rarely an ending that's fully good. Something bad. They're usually bittersweet at best. So, I consider this one better than The Fox's Wedding, because the way it ends is just honestly kind of stomach-churning to me, with the way Hinako ends up. But, like, I do understand why people consider this one bad as well. I just personally consider this one better than that one, because at the very least, she, like, her agency is left intact for the most part. Like, there's still the issue of Shu being the way he is, but, you know... And I guess that doesn't get addressed in this ending. That's kind of unfortunate, but, like... Yeah. And then the geysers, like, obviously because of, the fox deity no longer protecting Ebi Sugaoka, like, this stuff happens because, the deity in the cedar tree is, like, vengeful, but honestly, I consider it a better ending purely because, like, the character that I've been playing as and want a good end, like, I want happiness for, ends up slightly better off than she was in the other ending. Just slightly, mind you, because like I said, there's still something she didn't fully, what's the word? She didn't really reconcile everything with herself. Like, in both endings, she just kind of leans into one without accepting the other, instead of trying to look at both realities as they are and see that they're both part of her. There's merit to both, like the Hinako that wants to grow up and live a different life, and the Hinako who doesn't want to give up on, like, her sense of self and her, agency. Like, they're both right in a way. Yeah. But I don't know, I cannot fully bring myself to trust anyone who says that this is a bad game, or like a bad Silent Hill game, because respectfully, if you're the kind of person who uses that, like, incorrect rhetoric of like, oh, it's not a real Silent Hill game, that's a loaded sentence. I don't even think you know what you mean by that. That's basically just code for it. I don't like it, and I want to be justified in not liking it, so I'm gonna make up shit. So, like, that's not even just the case for this. That's what a lot of people do. They'll not like something, and they decide they need a reason to make themselves justified in not liking it, because it's, like, if they don't like it, then it's bad, and nobody should like it. But that's what happens. They don't like it because it's, oh no, it's different is scary, and then they'll just be like, okay, well, it's not a real Silent Hill game. What do you mean by real Silent Hill game? What are you looking for? Because most of the arguments, if they even bother trying to elaborate on what they think a real Silent Hill game is, which a lot of times they don't, if they do bother on elaborating on that, it's usually, like, surface-level takes and bad faith arguments, like, well, I don't like it because it's not in Silent Hill. Okay, Silent Hill 3 doesn't take place in Silent Hill up until the last part of it. Neither does Silent Hill 4. You go to Silent Hill, like, once, maybe, in Silent Hill 4. And technically, not even the first game takes place in Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2 takes place in Silent Hill. Silent Hill 1 takes place in Old Silent Hill. So, like, so what are we doing? Like, most of the games don't take place in the same town. And then, like, in some cases, they're like, but... Yay. And now we have that one! Okay. Let's see how the menu looks now. Yay! Now we need to get this one. Yeah. Yeah, there's no way to look at the cutscenes, but that's okay. But yeah, it's unfortunate, but I mean, a lot of people do kind of just, I'm switching over here so we can talk. A lot of people do just, want to sound like they know what they're talking about when they're talking about how they don't like the game, and it just ends up coming off as incredibly childish to me. Like, I don't know, I think you're allowed to not like it, but when you start saying dumb things like, it's not a real Silent Hill game, okay, well, what is a real Silent Hill game? Like, genuinely think about that. Like, it has all the core components of what makes Silent Hill games good. In fact, they said that's what they're doing with the series moving forward. They're looking at, they're, re-establishing the series' identity by just reiterating upon it. Like, they're focusing on, the main pillars of what Silent Hill is, like, survival horror gameplay with, psychological horror storytelling, that kind of stuff. And then, slightly supernatural elements, but mostly personal stories about people. And that's good. And then it takes place in a small, just middle-of-nowhere town, covered in fog. And that's good. That's what you do. You establish, that's the main identity of the series, and any changes it undergoes, looks like we're getting a first-person game in Silent Hill Townfall. And, I mean, we did technically get first-person gameplay. We got, Silent Hill, A Short Message was first-person, and then Silent Hill 4 obviously had first-person sections, when you were playing in the apartment. But they're able to do that because, again, the series has its main identity, and then everything else it changes is, fine, that's just, trying new things, experimenting. And then when they say, oh, but the combat sucks, the combat has always sucked. Like, it has always been, like, horrendous, honestly. And that's kind of part of it. Like, I'm not saying that's good or bad, I'm just saying that if you're gonna hold the combat against Silent Hill F, you have to hold the other games to that same standard, because they all have bad combat. I honestly think the combat in Silent Hill F is fine. Like, I understand, like, the criticism of it being like, oh, well, I mean, it's not really, it's a little too action-focused for a horror game, then why are we still glazing Resident Evil? Resident Evil has been action-focused, like, pretty much since 2, and we're still, like, I get wanting it to be different and standing out from Resident Evil, but it already does, and it having a more in-depth combat system doesn't really take away from that, in my opinion. They are very different series. Like, Resident Evil is still about fighting mutants and zombies and, like, other people. And Silent Hill is still about fighting your inner demons and, the, like, horrors of being alive sometimes. But, and I think that's kind of I think that's the most important distinction. Like, I just want my fixed camera back. Well, yeah, I know! That's what that's what I've talked about before. I kind of like the fixed camera. It gets annoying at times, and I do find myself using the button to move to over-the-shoulder camera a lot in Silent Hill 1, because sometimes it'll get annoying, like, with the... I think the issue is the controls. Like, if the controls weren't as dated as they were, then I might be more fine with the fixed camera angles in Silent Hill 1. But when I'm walking around, sometimes I just switch to, like, the over-the-shoulder camera, just because it's easier to move around, but... I mean, it's an old game, and it has older controls, so they're a little clunkier, like with the tank controls and stuff. But, I mean, yeah. The fixed camera angles were really, really nice, though. It allowed for some, like, beautiful shots. Like, I would not shut the fuck up about the Dutch angles at the beginning of Silent Hill 1, because they look so good. Maybe it's because I'm an art and theater student and I'm just more used to looking for little subtle things like that, but I mean, it's art. Like, art is meant to be, you're meant to look, like, analyze it. So I really like, the angles they do in Silent Hill 1, and it also works mechanically too, because sometimes when you move into a room, the camera will move back, so that it, like, what's a good example? Like, you'll move into the room, and instead of it being, like, the camera being focused on, like, Harry, you move into a room, and the camera moves back so that it's farther into the room than you are, and it's just it's, like, the angle is you, approaching the camera. I'm not thinking of any specific moments in 1, but I can think of a few in 2 where it does that, and it does that to emphasize something in the foreground. So, like, it brings your attention to an item that you might otherwise miss if you weren't paying attention. But they also, have other subtle ways of directing your attention to things, like, in Silent Hill 2, like, starting in Silent Hill 2 and then in all subsequent games, like, your character will turn their head slightly when there's something they can interact with. That is very good, because I don't know if you can do it in F. I don't remember. I think you can, but in 2 Remake, you can turn the HUD off, like, the interacting thing. Like, when you get close, you get the, like, the prompt that tells you, hey, press X to pick this up, in both games, in 2 Remake and F. But I think you can turn that off, and it works when it's off, so if you want, like, if you wanted a more, I guess, quote-unquote, immersive experience where you don't have HUD elements like that, you can do that, because you have other tells, like the character's head turning to look at something. I will say, something I liked about 2 Remake that I kind of wish was an F was there's also a way to be able to tell what your health is at without, having a health bar, and that's by looking at James's jacket, because it'll have more blood on it, on the back of it, the worse he is. So, like, Because by default, you have like a red vignette that appears around the edge of the screen, but I find it kind of obnoxious, so I think I just always have it turned off in 2 Remake. But you can tell without looking at that his health is low because you can just look at his jacket. And I think that's really cool. Obviously, you can also go into the menu to see, and the background changes depending on, like, of the menu screen changes depending on what his health is at, which is really nice. But, I know that's another thing, is, like, you have an actual health bar and stamina bar. Like, I know people are talking about, oh, you have a stamina thing in Silent Hill 2, not 2, but, like, Silent Hill, oh, you have stamina. Well, you've always had stamina in Silent Hill, but, this is the first time it's, like, been part of a fight, like, in a almost Souls-like system. And I think a big thing for a lot of people is that they had actual, like, visual bars for it, for the health and stamina. Which, again, I understand, but, like, if they're, like, I would rather have that and know what, like, those 2 resources are at than not have it and just be frustrated trying to figure it out. Like, I get it. I get y'all don't, like, a lot of people don't like the... I guess the way the combat system is. I personally find it fun. Like, I have a lot more fun fighting in Silent Hill F than I do in 2 Remake, and I know you're not supposed to be having fun most of the time, but, like, oh no, like, they made the system more enjoyable, and that's not to say I hate fighting in 2 Remake, I just prefer fighting in F. Like, I get it. I get that, like, bad combat has been part of the game, like, the game series since, like, very early on, and that's kind of part of the appeal, is you're just some, like, you are John Everyman, and you are just running through a town trying to survive, like, your own mind. And, so obviously you're not gonna be, like, Leon, I was gonna say something else. You're not gonna be, like, John Leon Kennedy, fucking backflipping to dodge a chainsaw when he could have just walked a step backward. Literally could have just leaned away from it and it would have been fine. So I get it. You're supposed to feel a bit more vulnerable in combat, and that's fine. Like, again, we can sit here and argue all day about whether or not that's an intentional design decision, but, at the end of the day, it weirdly makes sense whether or not, like, authorial intent is important, but I don't think it's so important that we need to, like, have a whole discussion about whether or not the combat in Silent Hill being bad is, like, an important part of the game's identity, because I hate to be this person, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Like, combat is such a small part of the experience that I just don't care whether it's good or bad. The problem with the combat system is the oversaturation of the Souls-style combat system in many modern games, and the only thing I can be mad about is that the Souls-style system just works. It's a solid system. It is! And I say this as someone who loves Souls-like games, so maybe that's why I have a bit of a different view of it than a lot of people who are into horror games, is I'm coming from a place where I adore Souls-like games. So, for me, Silent Hill F having a... I don't know if I want to say Souls-like, because it's Souls-like in the sense it has health and stamina management, and you attack and dodge, and I don't know if I'm fully comfortable just calling that, like, that is Souls-like. Like, I know what people mean when they say that, but sometimes it feels like a little much. Like, at what point are we just gonna, like, I think I made a joke about it in Silent Hill 1, where it was like, it was something about parrying, and then I was like, oh, so it's parry slop, so therefore it's like, it's a Sekiro-like instead, and that's kind of my whole thing with it, is I feel like maybe Souls-like is, like, it was something we attributed to a certain difficulty of combat with a certain style of, mechanics to it. And I think it just ended up becoming really overused at times, to the point where people are like, okay, anything that is slightly difficult and has fighting in it is a Souls-like. And it's, like, I'm not saying it's like, oh, everyone's wrong. I'm just saying it gets a little confusing because I feel like nobody has quite the same definition of what they consider a Souls-like, so it leads to situations where you have some people calling Silent Hill F a Souls-like, and you have, like, others like me who are like, I don't personally consider it a Souls-like. Like, you have boss fights, but I mean, those have been a thing since 1. You have dodging, I guess, but that's also kind of been a thing since 1. I mean, I guess the combat system is a bit deeper, which they tried to do in 4, but it didn't really work out in 4, because the mechanics back then still weren't, like, they didn't fully, iron out all the kinks yet, but, then you have more, what's the word, not inventory management, but, like, you have, like, the Omamori system, which is, like, gives you perks and stuff depending on which one you use, which, that is a bit closer to a Souls-like, because that gives it more RPG elements, actually. I actually really kind of like that, weirdly, and if we're gonna have, my opinion is if we are going to have, like, any horror game that has a focus on combat, it would be kind of nice to be able to choose how you approach combat, because some people are going to prefer running, and that should be just as viable as someone who wants to fight, or someone who wants to play defensively, or someone who wants to sneak past encounters. Like Dead Space, for example. Like, it would, like, I know technically running, in horror games, when you have combat, running is usually just as much of a viable option as fighting, because you have to manage your resources. So it's kind of nice that you have the Omamori, to be able to facilitate, those different playstyles, even with the combat system being more developed. Dodging hasn't existed in Silent Hill till F. We all just tanked it and downed half a liter of mysterious health liquid, lol. Well, I mean, dodging wasn't as big of a thing, but Harry did have that little backstep thing he does where you could, like, hop backwards. And I think James had it too. And in Silent Hill 2 Remake, they, made the dodge a bit more, like, it was never a pure dodge. Like, you never had iframes up until 2 Remake. But you always had the option to outspace things by hopping backwards, which is still a dodge. It's just a dodge without iframes. And I think that's what a lot of people also consider a, like, part of Souls-like design philosophy, is having a dodge with iframes. And, like, I mean, I guess, but, I mean, like, fighting games have that too, so... Tekken and BlazBlue confirmed Souls-like. But I think I actually prefer having dodges with iframes, because it I don't know, in my case, it's just what I'm used to, so I can understand not liking it, because it, like, in horror games, it might be better if you had to rely on spacing. But, I mean, I still try to focus on spacing more than iframes most of the time, except in Silent Hill F, where, I mean, most of the time you are in the thick of it, so... But 2 Remake did have, iframe dodge, So we did have dodges in Silent Hill, it's just we didn't have iframe dodges until 2 Remake, and it seems like, they're probably gonna be doing it more now. The backstep in 1 was so slow, especially if you had a gun out. Yeah, it was really clunky. But I kinda like that you have the option to dodge. It's like, that's like, it's such a weird thing. There's not really a right answer. Like, yeah, on one hand, it feels more action-focused because you have a dodge with iframes, so you do stuff that, you know, you normally do in, like, a Souls-like or something, where you just dodge into an enemy at the right time and you don't take damage and you're in the perfect position to just, like, beat their ass. But at the same time, it's just a nice quality of life to be able to dodge, because, like, I don't personally like, getting, like, the shit beat out of me and then, like, using all my resources. Like, I mean, it's fine, because, like, in a game where you have to manage resources, it's, like, part of the difficulty, but, I mean, if I wanted that, I'd just turn the difficulty up. But I don't know, that's, like, one of those things where I don't know that there's necessarily a right answer. I personally, all I can say is that I personally love the combat system in Silent Hill F, but I'm also someone who loves Souls-like games and just general action RPGs, so for me, it wasn't something I had to get used to. It wasn't something that felt foreign, being added to something that I'm actually comfortable with, like, because I imagine people who are more into horror and don't really play action RPGs, it felt like kind of foreign and maybe a little, like, alien, just, and honestly probably wrong. Like, it's like, okay, why is this here? This isn't, like, conducive to horror. But for someone who likes action RPGs, it's like, I know how this is gonna sound, like, I don't really like horror games that much. It wasn't until I got into, like, I discovered Silent Hill 2 that I decided, hey, they can be good, I can like them. But I get different things out of horror than I do with action RPGs, so I'm not playing them for the same reason. So it's not necessarily a case of, oh, well, you just like it because you don't actually like horror games. No, I do. I just, with horror games, I prefer psychological horror, and with action RPGs, I, prefer action RPGs, just like, with good design. Just give me good design, that's all I really care about. It doesn't have to be any specific kind of action RPG, usually. But, so it's not necessarily I like it because I don't actually like horror games, because, mind you, I don't like Resident Evil that much. It's not, like, because it doesn't have, like, it can have as good of a combat system as it wants. Like, it can have, like, all this crazy shit, like, all this cool shit. It could have, like, honestly, the best designed combat system ever. I still wouldn't care and wouldn't play it because it's a horror game that doesn't have the kind of horror in it that I like. So, that's kind of how I feel about it in general. Like, I know, like I said, I know, a lot of people don't really want there to be a lot of focus on combat in horror games, but I like having the ability to fight back, because there's only so much you can do. There's, like, you can only, like, in Amnesia or something, you can only run away. I don't like that. I don't like, to me that just gets frustrating after a while, because I'll go, run, hide, whatever, like in Amnesia or Outlast, you only have the option to run and hide. To me, that stops being scary and starts being frustrating. And I know for other people, that's how it is with action, like, where you have the ability to fight back. Like, after a while, people would, like, if you're fighting, you get less scared and more frustrated, or just, if you're good enough at the combat system, it's not even frustrated, you just get less scared. I don't really think there's an easy answer, because I think maybe a lot of people would say they prefer running and hiding, but I think that's why I don't really like Amnesia or Outlast that much. Never mind the fact that they don't really necessarily have the kind of horror or, like, the kind of stories that I appreciate. It's, like, it's compounded with the fact that they also, like, I just don't like having to run and hide. It's fine sometimes. I'm fine with that sometimes. Like, if you use it as, like, a gimmick, like in Silent Hill 2 and 2 Remake, where you have to put your weapons in the cabinet during the Lakeview Hotel and then run, that's fine, because it doesn't overstay its welcome for me. It's just like, okay, well, you run around and you have to avoid combat, and that's fine. It's kind of better in 2 for me, or it's better in 2 Remake than 2 for me, because the enemies are actually a threat in 2 Remake, and in 2 it's just, okay, well, you just run around them, they don't do much. But I do think difficulty needs to be there, because you need friction, there needs to be a challenge. I mean, everyone has different preferences for how difficult they want things to be, and that's another reason there's not a right answer. You're making something for millions, thousands, whatever, of people, and not everyone is gonna like the same thing. 1 was the most immersive, scary to me. 4 was the most fun, scary, because there was so much variety. When I was younger, I always assumed 4 was just a drug trip. That's fair, that's fair. 4 is weird for me because I don't know if I want to play it, because I finally got to a point where I actually appreciate 4, like everything else about 4, but I know if I play the game, I'm probably gonna dislike it again, because I actually didn't like 4 for the longest time. And then I, like, divorced 4 from its gameplay, and I was like, okay, well, I actually really, like, this has some really good vibes. This is, like, really cool, actually. 4 had a bit of a troubled development, too, so I hope that one gets a remake soon, because that's the one that actually needs a remake, because I really think it would benefit from not being kind of a side project like it was. Because it's sad. 4 had some really cool ideas. But for me, 2 and 2 Remake are the scariest, to me. But 2 and 2 Remake are the scariest. As far as story goes, F is my favorite, but 2 is right there. 2/2 Remake. Those, they have the same story, so, you know. But, like, 2 is right there, but I think I just prefer F just that little bit more. Again, the in-character journal really does so much for the story. The most fun for me is also F, but again, I'm someone who likes action RPGs, so for me, it's... Oh wait, hold on, not that. Hold on. Something important. Not that. Yes! Alright. Now we're talking. I might be missing a bit of context to the conversation, but I think horror games in general should, like, have difficulty, but there's a sweet spot. Some struggle adds to the horror, but too much and it just gets frustrating. That's true. The context is that, I was, talking about how one of the big things people don't like about F is the combat system, and I understand that, but it's such a wide thing to dislike because, I feel like every combat system in Silent Hill kind of sucks in its own way, because, like, it's either clunky and just not fun to engage with, so you usually spend most combats running away or just being, like, frustrated, or it's, like, overtuned like it is in F to the point where it kind of falls into the action RPG genre at points, which, again, I'm fine with. I love action RPGs, but... which is why people were, early on, you were seeing the term Souls-like thrown around, because technically, kind of, it has Souls-ish. It has some, it does have some soulishness to it, I will not deny that. Which, again, I think that's part of why I enjoy it so much, but I agree, there needs to be some difficulty, but everyone is gonna have different, preferences for difficulty. Because, for example, people who prefer comfy games, which I don't like comfy games, I don't know why, they just stress me out. Like, something like Animal Crossing or, like, Stardew Valley, I just get so, like, I think I'm just, like, maybe too much of an active, like, not active, but I'm just, I need more stimulation. I just get really frustrated and antsy when I'm playing, quote-unquote comfy games. I just get, I don't know, it frustrates me more than relaxes me. I mean, they're fine every now and again, but I need to be a bit, they don't provide the kind of challenge I like. Like, they're challenging in their own ways, like comfy games, but, like, it's not the kind of challenge that I enjoy engaging with, usually. I don't know, you could call me, like, ADHD, you'd be absolutely right, I am, but, like, I don't know, it's also just a preference thing, but I agree, every game needs, like, some difficulty, because, like, I mean, that's part of the fun, is you overcome challenges. That's why I think Souls games are as, like, specifically, like, the actual Dark Souls series is as successful as it is, because there is a market for difficulty, especially, like, really high difficulty, because there's a lot of catharsis and satisfaction in overcoming things. You get a sense of self-efficacy, I think. Ugh. It's nice. it's nice thinking about how you overcame something that, once gave you so much trouble because you know you can do it now. Maybe it's not that deep. maybe it's not that deep. Maybe it is just Dark Souls, but I personally really like, having at least some difficulty. Don't get me wrong, I'm gonna bitch about it sometimes. Like, if things are difficult, you are gonna hear me complain at least a little bit. I try not to. I've tried to, that's one of my things one of the crosses I must bear. I have to, sometimes I try to keep it to myself sometimes. Like, yeah, it's frustrating, but oh no, just, like, keep going until you get it done. But yeah, I think, like I said, 2 is the scariest to me, and then F, I like the story the most, and I have more fun with it. And I think, again, one of the things people don't like about it, and they like to throw around the term, they like to throw around the phrase, it's not a real Silent Hill game. Like, that is a loaded phrase, and is usually used in bad faith. Like, I don't think there is a person, like, I don't like Homecoming or Downpour, but as much as I don't like them, and as much as I don't think they quite get what made the other games so good, I'm not gonna say they're not really Silent Hill games. 'Cause, I mean, they technically are, they're just not good ones in my opinion. However, there are people who do think they're good, and, like, they clearly got something out of it that I didn't, so I'm not gonna sit here and say, like, oh, well, you're invalid. I just personally, like, I don't know, the combat in Homecoming, I know this sounds like almost a little hypocritical, it's just, they tried to focus more on action, but they also I don't think it was as polished as it was with F. And I know a lot of people say, oh, it's not that polished in F. I think it's a lot more polished than Homecoming. Homecoming feels a little much. But that's why I think, people being weird about the difficulty changes in, F was so weird. Like, wasn't that a big point of contention? Was that a lot of people didn't like the combat? So, I mean, just put it on, like, one of the easier modes for combat, and then, like, you don't have to have as much trouble with it, so why not? Like, the puzzle difficulty and the action difficulty are separate for a reason. Like, I actually really like that they did that, because that kind of is a bit of a smart solution to the issue. Like, it's not a perfect one by any means, but it works. Like, for people who are more into horror games, they might want to turn the puzzle difficulty up. Or maybe not, because that's something the series is, struggled with, is, like, the harder puzzle difficulties are a little, esoteric at times, and that's something that's been in the series for a while. I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, in F, the puzzles, when you go on the harder puzzle difficulties, they get dumb. Well, dude, lest we forget, in Silent Hill 3, like, there was a whole puzzle on the hard difficulty that you just straight up needed to know Shakespeare for. And I'm saying this as a theater student, and otherwise someone who enjoys art, like the fine arts. I don't think that's necessarily, I think that's a little dumb. Like, I love theater, and for me it might be fine because I do know a bit about Shakespeare, but, like, not everyone's gonna know that, and for people who are playing Silent Hill, I don't know that Shakespeare should be required reading. But yeah. So, I do think that some of the arguments used against it, like I said, are just very bad faith. Like, they just don't like the game for whatever reason, and then they just try to justify it. Like, you can just not like it. You don't have to say it's bad because of this. Like, I mean, by all means, you can say something's bad, and, like, you can give reasons for it, but a lot of the reasons they give usually just boil down to, like, this is different, or I, don't mesh well with it, rather. It's a bit of a fine line to walk, because I'm not saying you shouldn't call things bad, because sometimes things are bad, but, like, I don't think a lot of... a lot of the people who say things like Silent Hill F isn't a real Silent Hill game, it feels like a lot of it boils down to them, like, doing things that are different, and then them saying, okay, well, they did things that are different, therefore it is not a Silent Hill game. But, like, every Silent Hill game did something different. Like I said, the only Silent Hill game that takes place in actual Silent Hill is 2. Because Silent Hill 1 takes place in Old Silent Hill, which I guess is technically still Silent Hill, but it's a different town. Silent Hill 3 takes place somewhere else, and then you go to Silent Hill, like, toward the end of the game. And then Silent Hill 4 takes place in Ashfield Heights, and then I think you sometimes go to Silent Hill, like, once or twice. I think you only go there once. You go to Toluca Lake. You go somewhere on Toluca Lake. But, yeah. Like, so that's kind of a moot point. It's like, oh, it's not a Silent Hill game because it takes place in not Silent Hill. Okay, well, none of them really do except 2. I mean, is it because it's in Japan? Like, that's farther away than the other towns it takes place in, but, like, just because it's not on Toluca Lake, like, I don't know what we're quantifying here. But I do really like the idea of them exploring Silent Hill as a phenomenon rather than just a location. Because I do like the town, I do like the storyline with the cult and, like, the whole Mason thing, Harry Mason and then, like, Heather. I do like that stuff. However, I think they made that whole, like, connected story work for 1, 3, and 4, but 2 is, like, widely considered the best one, and I personally consider it one of the 2 best ones. And it has, like, nothing to do with that storyline. It is very much separate, and, like, so I don't think we need to be that connected to the cult for there to be good stories. Like, don't get me wrong, I would like another game where we explore that, where we get to go back to the town, or we get more stuff with the cult. But I like that we're doing, different stuff. Like, we're maybe exploring different cults, because it makes sense that if there's, like, actual supernatural powers in this world, which we do know that there are, it makes sense that there would be different cultures with different religions and cults dedicated to it, and that's something really interesting and cool that they're actually exploring. Like in F, they had, I think I've talked about this before, but they really dip into the religion thing, where it's like the 2 warring religions, and how, like, one religion eventually becomes another. Saying that's not a Silent Hill game for locational reasons is like saying any Pokemon game past, like, Gold and Silver isn't a Pokemon game because it doesn't have Kanto. Exactly! Exactly! Like, again, I love the town, I love the story of the cult and all that, but I think the biggest thing that they've done is, like, more personal stories with a focus on psychological horror. I think that's what they've always really excelled at. That's what the series has always done that made it stand out. And I'm glad that they're focusing on that, because it's really cool that we're getting to see, like, I know one of the places they said they were considering setting a Silent Hill game in is Russia. Imagine a Silent Hill game in Moscow. That would be so cool. Or, okay, I know this one's a long shot, but Chernobyl. Imagine a Silent Hill game in Chernobyl. And don't say Stalker. That's not Silent Hill, that's Stalker. A Silent Hill game, either taking place in Chernobyl or having something to do with the events of Chernobyl would be so good. That would be so cool. But I'm really excited to see where they take the series. I'm really glad we're getting different places with different people and different, cultures that all have, like, the through line of, you know, you have a small town, and then you have, like, you have one character that you're playing as who is going through a very personal journey where there might be some supernatural influence due to the, like, inherent, spiritual power that is present there for whatever reason. And I do like that because, like, it makes sense. Why would, like, if there was, like, actually, like, some sort of mystical power that existed, like there is in Silent Hill, like, with the other world and with all of that stuff, like, it makes sense that it would exist elsewhere, or at least it would exist in some capacity elsewhere and not just in Maine. Like, why would only Maine, like, Maine is the only magical place on this planet. That's like, it's really funny in concept though. Like, as like a, like, on paper that's kind of a funny idea. Like, a world where, like, for some reason, there is magic, but it only exists in fucking Maine. I think that's where Silent Hill takes place, like, Maine, USA. Yeah. That is kind of funny. But I like Silent Hill being kind of like an anthology. Like, just different stories of different people, like, having to deal with different things. I mean, that's kind of just like life. Like, you meet a bunch of different people, they're all fighting different battles. What the hell am I talking about? But, yeah, that's like why I don't understand that argument in particular. Like, oh, well, it doesn't take place in Silent Hill. Well, yeah, no shit. Like, most of the games actually don't at this point. Like, what, are you gonna say PT isn't a Silent Hill game? We don't even know where that one took place. There's a good chance it didn't take place in Silent Hill. I mean, PT isn't a Silent Hill game, technically. It's a tech demo, but, like, I do see people, like, that's where I draw the line, is a lot of people, like, talk about how PT is, like, a Silent Hill game, and it is a good tech demo. It was very good, but I mean, if you're gonna say Silent Hill F isn't a Silent Hill game because it doesn't take place in Silent Hill and it has all this other stuff, you have to hold the other games to the same standard. That includes everyone's beloved PT. And again, I like PT. It's just, I don't understand when, like, sometimes you see people using the rhetoric of Silent Hill F or Silent Hill Townfall or Silent Hill blank isn't a Silent Hill game because X. Silent Hill X isn't a Silent Hill game because Y. PT takes place in House, the doctor, I guess. how Silent Hill House MD. Oh, that's really funny. But, it's, I don't know, it's always, like, that's always rubbed me the wrong way. It's like, Silent Hill X isn't a real Silent Hill game because Y, and it's like, okay, well, you're not judging them equally or fairly. Like, you can say that it's not a real Silent Hill game, but you would have to agree, by that measure, most of the other games also aren't Silent Hill games by your logic. Like, you're just picking one most of the people that say that pick one Silent Hill game, usually one or two, say that that's how it should be, and then everything else that's outside of that isn't a real Silent Hill game. So, I mean, at least in that case, you're being consistent with it. But they'll usually make exceptions for games that they like and be like, oh, well, this one's actually a Silent Hill game because this and that. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's one or the other. It can't be both. Either they're all Silent Hill games or none of them are. Like, I don't know. I know I complain about this a lot, but it really gets under my skin sometimes when people are like, oh, well, Silent Hill F isn't a real Silent Hill game. Okay, well, by your twisted logic that you don't even follow, most of the other games also aren't Silent Hill games. We don't talk about Ascension, though. That one actually wasn't. That's one I will agree with you on, regardless. Like, disregard anything I said before. I will agree with everyone that Ascension was not a Silent Hill game because it wasn't a game. It was a travesty. It was a crime. But yeah, we don't need to talk about Ascension. Silent Hill House MD. I do hope that they recycle the idea they had from Homecoming, though, where it's Silent Hill, but you're playing as a soldier, instead of just trying to go for, like, a weird rug pull that didn't work, where it's like, oh, you're actually not a soldier, you're just crazy. Like, I would love a Silent Hill game where you play as an ex-soldier. You want to know how I know that would work? Because one of their biggest sources of inspiration made it work. Jacob's Ladder. Like, it's perfect. I think the only Silent Hill game by every metric provided to be a real Silent Hill game is Silent Hill 2006 for the American box office system. Yeah, it has everything. It takes place in Silent Hill. It has fog. It has monsters. And Harry Mason is there. Actually, no, he isn't. They made the main character a woman because Harry Mason loving his daughter is, like, not good, apparently. Silent Hill for the American box office system. You're on a roll today. Jacob's Ladder is a deep cut reference, is it? I feel like, if you're into Silent Hill, most people would at least have some knowledge of Jacob's Ladder, because it's, like, one of their bigger sources of inspiration. It's, like, it was a big source of inspiration for 1, but it was an especially big source of inspiration for 2. Maybe I'm just a nerd, and I like researching things that I like, so maybe it is a deep cut. I just like to get into the weeds sometimes, like, to the point where I even bought, well, actually, no, that's something else. That was for, I bought William Blake poetry, but that was for something else, not for Silent Hill. I'm trying to get a copy of, what's it called? Reflections on the Way to the Gallows, but it keeps being sold out, so I have to find a time to get it. But I saw someone analyzing it and saying that it kind of explores a lot of the same themes and might have been like an inspiration for Silent Hill F, and I want to read it. Apologies, I made an error with my previous statement. It was actually released for the Canadian box office system with a port in France a few days after. Oh, well, I forgive you. Actually, I forgive you, but you might wanna keep that one secret. If some of the Gen 1ers heard you say that, they might kill you. I'm kidding. I don't recall mentioning my next question before, but have you ever heard of Lone Survivor by Jasper Byrne? I don't think I have. I might have heard it in passing because I'll watch things about like analysis, like, oh, here's some things that inspired this, and then sometimes I'll remember it, but sometimes I'll just hear it mentioned and then it'll just kind of sort of exist in the back of my mind, but I don't think I've heard that one off the top of my head. What was it about? Because it's not, the name itself isn't ringing a bell. I know, I forgot! I remembered something I started to say, like, a few hours ago. I think we got to the part in the game where it was, like, you go to, the thing, and then Kotoyuki gives you the ring, and I was like, oh, I don't have the stamina for reading like I used to. And then the cutscene happened, and thought died immediately. But I don't have, like, the reading stamina. I have an alright reading stamina, but it's not as good as it could be, because I have 2 books that I have right now that I'm trying to read, but I keep not making that much progress. One of them is, let me look. The Complete Poetry and Prose of William Blake, and I got a bit of the ways through it, and I actually really like William Blake. Like, he was onto something. And then the other one is The Pillow Book by Sei Shonagon, and I really like Sei Shonagon. She's a treat. But it's reading for long periods of time, I can't do it like I used to. Like, I have to get up and do something else for a bit, and then I come back and then I want to do other things. But I'm still reading them. It's nice having things like that. Side scroll Silent Hill 2, but the MC's mental health walks a fine line. It's like, oh, it's a game. Okay. You said by Jasper Byrne, and the way, like, I was like, oh, like an author? It sounded like the structure made it seem like it was a book. So it's a solo dev game. Okay. No, I don't think I know Lone Survivor. Yeah, it's a side-scroll Silent Hill 2, but the MC's mental health walks a fine line. That almost, like, huh. Well, let me look at something. Where's my stuff at? Let me look at it real quick. I might know, if it's a game, there's a higher chance I know what it is, because... Lone Survivor... Oh, okay. I think I've seen, like, clips of this game, but I've never seen anything too in-depth. It looks pretty cool, though. Similar to games you've played, Silent Hill F and Silent Hill 2. You don't say. Wait, hold on. Wait, Lone Survivor, the director's cut? Super Lone Survivor. Okay, I think that's the... Okay, yeah. Director's cut is considered the legacy version of the game. This is considered the, like, actual version now. Okay, okay. I get you, I get you. That looks interesting. I might play this at some point on stream, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I do really like games that are a bit more psychological in nature and have a more personal story to tell, so I'm always down for that. One of the ones I was gonna play, because it was on my RPG Maker iceberg, that someone made an RPG Maker iceberg, like an actual one, where, you know, you had stuff like, you know, actual kind of deep cuts like Rakuin, Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass, what else? Mother Cognitive Dissonance. So you had, it wasn't just RPG Maker Iceberg, and then it was Baby's first RPG Maker, and you had stuff like Ebe at the bottom. Like, Ebe is not at the bottom. Ebe is classic RPG Maker. So one of the ones I wanted to play was Cat Lady. I think it was considered an RPG Maker game, and it's also kind of similar, where it's a side-scrolling 2D game, and you're playing as a woman who I think killed herself, maybe? And then, someone, I think, brings her back to life, and you have to do some stuff, and you have to manage her, like, mental health, and it's pretty cool. I want to play it at some point. But I do like stuff like that. It speaks to a part of me. I am a very artsy person. Or I consider myself one. I like things that are... I like, when things are, like, deep, kind of. Well, that's not the best way to describe it. I just like having stories that are, that have not necessarily anything to say to me, but rather they have something they want to ask me. They don't want to tell me anything. They want to ask me something. That's what I mean by it, I think. Like, that's not to say I won't play anything if it doesn't have, like, a insane, like, Silent Hill 2-esque story. No, that's just, like, that's just something I really like. Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, well, Super Mario Galaxy doesn't, ask me how I would feel if I were to, like, kill someone, so I can't play it. Unplayable game, unenjoyable story. No, I'm not gonna do that. I adore Super Mario Galaxy and its story. Basically my parent. It's just I really like games like that where, they tackle difficult themes. I've been more open recently, I think, to being challenged by, to have, like, being challenged by media and art that I consume, because I think that's something I like, personally. Not everyone likes that. I like it. I try to develop tastes. I try to see, like, if I can develop a taste for things that I don't like. Just because I want to give them a chance, and because sometimes you don't click with things immediately, and you have to try again a few times before you realize you like it. That's what I try to do. I try to get myself to give things a good, honest college try, and then, if I like it, then yay, I figured out something I like. If I don't like it, oh no, oh well. Just like, now you know. And besides, that could change one day. What was I talking about before that? We were talking about Cat Lady, and then I was talking about something else. Oh well. It may come to me eventually when it's, too late, and I need to forget about it then, because it's like, oh, well, I can't say anything about that now. But, I do enjoy, when games are kind of... I like when they, aren't afraid to take themselves seriously. I like when they're afraid to not take them, or I like when they're not afraid to not take themselves seriously. But what I mean when I say that, like, when they're not afraid to take themselves seriously, is I feel like, using irony as like a kind of shield, where it's like, oh, haha, it wasn't genuine. It's more of a defense mechanism, like, oh, well, you can't call me pretentious if I'm not taking myself seriously. I feel like maybe sincerity isn't actually that bad sometimes. Like, irony's funny. I love funny. I love when things are funny. But I also think that, things should be sincere, too. I am not afraid to feel emotions. I love feeling things. What a thing to say. I love feeling things. But yeah, to bring it back to Silent Hill, I don't really trust anyone who, like, says things like, oh, the Silent Hill F isn't a real Silent Hill game, because, I mean, you better have a reason. Actually, no, usually, I mean, not a reason. It's usually an excuse, but, like, okay, you better be able to hold the other games to the same standard, or I'm just gonna consider you, like, mad. Hydration check. My coffee is gone. That's not hydration, that's dehydration, but I don't have anything in here with me. Also, I will, honestly, I'm about to, like, we're about to call the stream anyway, so I will be getting a drink after this. I'm gonna start bringing a water bottle in here with me, though, or two. Maybe I'll bring 2 water bottles in here. So that way, when y'all say hydration check, like, even... Like, I don't have the affiliate thing yet, so I can't set, the actual things up right now. But, but I can still bring water bottles in here, so, like, if someone says hydration check, I can drink. But, I'm gonna start doing that. I'll do that tomorrow for tier list stream, because it is very good. Hydration is good. Don't dehydrate. You will be worse. But yeah, I think that's actually a good place to end it, because that reminded me that I do need to eat and get something to drink, so, that's where we're gonna end it for today. Thank you everyone for watching, for coming to the stream. Thank you, my lovely chat, both of you, for, listening to me and also interacting with me, like, talking about, like, just bullshit for, like, almost an hour, or actually an hour after the game ended, because I do love yapping. I love yapping with people, especially. I hope I can make it for tomorrow's stream. I'm in the middle of midterms. Oh, well, prioritize school first. Unless your path is taking you elsewhere, in which case prioritize whatever that is. Thank you so much for the stream. Thank you for coming to the stream. Like I said, charming yap. Oh, I hope so. I appreciate that. Like I said, I'll, thank you for, talking with me about, like, just whatever. It's been a lot of stuff. It was kind of all over the place, but that's how I like it. But I will be back here tomorrow at, I think it was like 5 or 6? I'll have to check. It's a little later than normal because I think for the next few weeks I'm streaming a little later than normal because I can. I also just kind of want to try it out and see how it works, but it was just kind of a do it because why not thing. But we'll be finishing the Fire Emblem tier list finally, where I rank all the characters, and I am gonna have a lot to say during that stream because the top of the actual thing was like the newer games, so I started from the bottom. So now we're at the newer games that I have played more recently and more often, so I'm gonna have a lot to say tomorrow, so I'm definitely gonna bring water. So my throat is okay. It'll be fine either way. I have a really strong voice. It usually doesn't... Like, even when I lost it last week, I didn't fully lose it. It just got a little raspiness to it that I didn't feel like pushing too much. But yeah, we'll be doing that tomorrow. And then the next 2 days we're doing not West of Loathing. We're doing Shadows Over Loathing. I've already played West of Loathing. So look forward to that, and I'm gonna I've been trying to do more stuff for, like, the shorts I was gonna start working on, and then, like, my thumbnails, I wanted to put more effort into them and stuff, but, like I said, I ended up sick last week and had to kind of put everything on hold to just relax for a bit. So, yeah. I will see you all tomorrow if you're here for Fire Emblem. Otherwise, we'll see you at some other point in time. Thank you so much for watching, Pieros. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye!